Good evening, buenas noches a todos. Board members, please make sure you're all on mute and you follow our remote etiquette guidelines. This meeting, which is hereby called to order at, I have the clock in front of me, 7:45, is in compliance with the notice requirement of the law. Public notice was originally posted in the office of the Board of Education and communication to the Municipal Court, the Daily Record, and the Star Ledger on the 10th of January. We apologize for this delay. We had some severe technical problems in the beginning of our first executive session, and we are a little late because of that. Due to this current public health emergency, today's meeting is being conducted as a virtual meeting. Notice of the virtual meeting was posted on the district website and communicated to the Daily Record and the Star Ledger on April 15th. Instructions for accessing and participating in the virtual meeting were posted on the district website, dover-nj.org. The board very much welcomes input from the public. Because this is a virtual meeting, public comment will be received through the Google, or was received through the Google form, and will continue to be received. This was posted on the district website. Please keep your written comments to a maximum of 3 minutes if read out loud. Each public comment session will be limited to approximately 30 minutes. At the discretion of this presiding officer, public comment on agenda items only will be accepted until item number 4 on the agenda. General public comments will be accepted until item 17 on the agenda. Please join us in saluting the flag. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Dr. Sainer.
We would like to take this opportunity to honor the memories of the lives of all we have lost due to COVID-19 in our Dover family, in our state, our nation, and our world. We would like to send healing and mending energy to those that are currently fighting this virus. These are times of anguish and of pain. Our community remains in our thoughts. We would also like to honor the contributions of Mr. William Schuler. The contributions Mr. William Schuler made to our community and to our Board of Education for 52 years. He was the second longest serving member in New Jersey. Mr. Schuler was a lifelong Dover resident that had a strong passion for the children of Dover, and he was described by his son as, quote, a pretty good speaker with a subtle sense of humor, and, quote, a great mentor that loved working as a team player for the greater good of the entire community. Please join us as we stand by the entire Schuler family during this very difficult grieving process. Please join us in a moment of silence.
Thank you. Please remain standing for one more moment of silence. These are also times of need for social justice and equity for the success of all our students. And together, united, we pay respect to all those that experience trauma, loss, grief, and injustices due to the color of their skin, migratory status, differently abled situation, religion, and or LGBTQ identification. Please join us in another moment of silence. Thank you all. We may take a seat now. Dr. Sainer has special announcements.
Today's the last day of school here in Dover. We would, did you hear all the children screaming in joy when I said that?
And teachers and parents.
Yes. We would like to acknowledge the staff members who are retiring at the end of the school year. Whether you have served the children of Dover for just a few years or your whole career, thank you so much, and best wishes. I would like to name them, please. Hector Acevedo, Roger Keimel, Virginia Martinez, Jeanette McCluskey, Teresa Petraka, Betty Jo Solomon, William Chappelle, Donna Schrader, and Romanita Velez. Thank you all so much. I also wanted to acknowledge that we're in some difficult times and we've had to do things differently as a district. Many board members have enjoyed attending the end of the year honor rolls and awards assemblies. And this year we had to do them virtually, but they are no less special. So we've had the opportunity to watch the Seal of Biliteracy celebration, the National Junior Honor Society, and both the senior and middle school awards. It was it was like down the rabbit hole. I just kept watching. Our students are amazing. I am thankful for the parents and the students that they got to celebrate this despite our difficult circumstances. And I would invite the community to please check out the Dover Middle School and Dover High School web pages so that you too can celebrate in our students' achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sainer. Mr. Smith, attendance roll call, please.
Yes. Ms. Catano?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Mullen?
Here.
Ms. Nutting?
Here.
Ms. Ruiz?
Here.
Dr. Sainer?
Present.
Mr. Veros?
Present.
Ms. Grisales?
Presente. Dr. McLaughlin, would you introduce the presenter to the board, please?
Yes, actually, I'm going to ask Ms. Dallapaloo if she would present our first presenter.
Absolutely. And I'm waiting for her to be let into the presentation. But presenting to you now on our New Jersey State Learning Assessment for Science is Gina Heineman, our spectacular math and science supervisor. Can I throw any more adjectives in there?
Please do.
Yeah, Gina, Gina supervises two very important and big departments in the district and does a phenomenal job keeping her staff motivated and moving and professional growth and learning. And I just, I thank you, Gina.
No, thank you.
We
That was
appreciate all
very
that
kind
you
of
do.
you.
And we look forward to hearing about our student achievement in science.
All right. Whenever Brian's ready, he could pull up the presentation. Awesome. Okay. Now I just lost it. Hold on. Brian, where did it go?
That occurred to me once, and it might have been minimized. Try to minimize your Zoom for a second and see if you see it behind.
There we go. Okay. All right, so our NJSLA science results spring of 2019. This is our first set of data from the state. So if Brian can switch to the next slide. So basically, they break up the scores into 4 sections. We have level 1 below, level 2 near meeting expectations, level 3 meeting expectations, and level 4 is above expectations. In the orange is our district, and in the black is the state scores. These are our average percentages for the test this last year. As you can see, we don't have a lot of students in the meeting expectation or above expectation level, but neither does the state. So they're going to be using this data to adjust the test questions and the information that they'll be providing us so that we can better steer our faculty and students in the right direction to be successful on the test. are below expectations and near meeting expectations. As you can see for the level 2, we almost mirror the state's numbers. And that, I think, tells a big story that our students and the students in this are relatively moving along with the students of the state. And now it's our job to kind of identify where the disconnect is and work on our curriculum and talk with our teachers to ensure that we are providing them with the information that they need to provide the instruction that our students need to be successful. So it's nice that, you know, we have that group. They're just so close to meeting expectations. So now it's our job to identify those students, what those gaps are, and ensure that we are working with the teachers to enhance that curriculum to make sure that we're aligning with the standards and what the NJSLA is going to be testing. Next one. So here's just a quick snapshot of our level 3 and 4 proficient and advanced proficient. Again, the state scores aren't really super outstanding. It shows us that we do have some work to do, and considering that we just adopted the NGSS in 2014 and we've been working on curriculum and building it to align with those standards, there's definitely room to grow. This definitely says that. Again, this was the first year that this has been given us data. Last year, they gave, the year prior to this, they gave the test as a, no information was given to us at all. And so we kind of went into it blind and didn't know what to expect. So for 2018, 2019, they did release some practice tests sample questions that we were able to look at. I met with the middle school teachers in 2018 and 2019, so as this was coming into play, and we revised our middle school science curriculum. So you can see our middle school 8th grade on this particular exam did not score very well, but we also didn't know what to expect. So that year was actually a working year. We revised the curriculum in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to the standards. We made sure that it included the engineering practices, and we also made sure to include the cross-cutting concepts. So our teachers worked really hard to make sure that we were covering everything, including earth, physical, and life science into the curriculum, and that it was covered through middle school. Next one. These are Dover's subgroup comparisons, not meeting expectations in grades 5, 8, and 11, and meeting expectations in grades 5, 8, and 11. Again, the information is hard to compare it to anything. We can't say that students have grown or lost any kind of science education with this information, but what it does tell us is areas in which we need to identify our struggling students, how we're going to plan to meet the needs of those students as we move forward, and to ensure that we are providing a robust enough curriculum that our teachers are using and following and understand that, you know, changes are going to be made, because this test is not like any test that students have had in science before. I don't know if you've taken, you know, the NJ Ask or even some science exams in college. This test is not like that. This test is asking our students to demonstrate proficiency and understanding, not memorizing and just kind of like spitting back information. So a New Jersey Ask question from 4th grade a couple of years ago would be, what phase of the moon is this? That is not going to be a question that they're going to see on the NJSLA. If you can go to the next one. So here's a sample 5th grade question. It actually has 2 sections. It has stars and street lamps, a picture, which is the tab to the left, and then it gives a table. And then this is the question that it's asking the students to answer, which claim is accurate. So not only are the students being asked to look at a picture, look at the data, identify what that data, or assess what that data means, and then be able to answer which claim is accurate after reading each answer that's posted there. Next one. This is a sample 8th grade question. Again, I couldn't fit the entire picture on here of the question, but I wanted to give you an idea of kind of, you know, the students are asked to read a lot. They're asked to look at a picture. They're asked to make conclusions, form their own conclusions about what they're reading. So it is important, and this is definitely something that we've been talking about as we write curriculum and we revise it, is that students really, it's very important for them to design their own experiments, find out from start to finish how they can adjust it, what they're learning from as they complete their experiments throughout the course of a week or two, depending on what their experiment is, and then be able to form conclusions about it. So here, you know, in NJ Ask, it would say, which is an example of a consumer, a producer, or a decomposer. Here, not only do the students, you know, get a description of it, now that they have to apply it to the picture and the description. So they're asking a lot of our students, and quite honestly, to go from New Jersey Ask and teaching that for almost 20 years to looking at the NJSLA questions and working with teachers, this is a huge adjustment that has to be made, especially in the curriculum and as they design their lessons. And then our last slide is a picture sample of 11th grade. And here, not only are they looking at plate tectonics, but now they have to kind of take that information and then look at the map and figure out where in the map that makes the most sense. So there's a lot of application, a lot of knowledge that they have to be able to show that their proficiency in. So as we look at these sample questions, last year when they came out, we started the discussion right away. I had teachers look at the sample questions and literally take out a test that they have made and compare their types of questions with these types of questions. And there was definitely a acknowledgement of, we have to kind of change how we're asking questions. And that was really important to change that conversation. So the conversation has begun. We are definitely looking at how we are going to make sure that we're providing the proper instruction for our students, and then use the data to identify those students that are so close to passing. Where are we in the work that we can, you know, get them over that hump into the passing category? And quite honestly, I was a little upset this year that we didn't get to have our testing, because I think our kids would have shown us that they would have been there with the little bit of work that we've done. So I'm only excited, and I'm anticipating a much better year next year, especially with the work that we're doing with Atlas and having the teachers really kind of involved in their curriculum and how they're going to be presenting this information to their students. So unfortunately, we have nothing to compare the data to. And then again, this year, because of COVID, we won't have any information this year. But that doesn't stop the conversation for us with the teachers and even students to just move forward and keep providing them opportunities to see the expectations and experience science in a much more robust kind of platform.
And Gina, just a quick, just for the board's knowledge, is the Department of Ed stating that this test, because it was new, is this a benchmark year? Is this what they would
Yes, so
call
this
that?
is a baseline. This is a baseline.
Or baseline, I'm sorry, yeah, baseline.
Yep. This is definitely a baseline for data for us. And they're still working on, you know, the grade 5 test is a band from standards grades 3 through 5. So we have to ensure that in grades 3 through 5, we're covering what needs to be covered in a way that our students are going to be successful for the 5th grade test. Now, with that said, sometimes how the state, we have to be careful. I don't want our students to be taught to a test. But I do think that it's important that when you look at the test questions, it is definitely an application of knowledge and a way in which our students have to perform and show their thinking. So that is above and beyond like where we're going with the science curriculum with the teachers, especially, and now it's exciting in the elementary levels that we'll be working on the science curriculum there. And the students will just have much more experience with it.
And it also, you know, in looking back at that last figure, I was struck at how much that was testing the student's ability to look at a figure and be able to tell the story that's being shown in the diagram, right?
Correct.
So that's a language arts skill. That's where we start, you know, in 3rd grade, looking at informational text and looking at the components that make up informational text, figures, drawings, charts, graphs. So that was interesting because that really showed a crossover more into language arts and students' reading ability.
Absolutely.
And then being able to express their thoughts, their ideas, their analysis of that into a written statement or to make the choice on a multiple choice test.
Yeah, we have made a big move for our students and teachers to work with what's called CER, Claim, Evidence, and Reasoning. So there's a lot of reading and writing that, you know, and you get that a lot from the kids. This isn't language arts. Why are we writing so much? And you know, they're learning that it's important. And so by having them work with the CER, and that's elementary, middle, and high school, they're all using claim, evidence, reasoning as just kind of showing students how they are supposed to kind of, you know, look at a claim, what's the evidence to support your claim, and now, you know, reason through it. So it's not just, you know, do a fun experiment, what happened at the end, and let's move on to the next thing. So it's definitely a shift. And I think our students are, especially this year, are finding that when they were designing their own experiments, they were learning a lot more and getting a lot more out of it. So that's our goal. We have a, you know, I'm not going to say we don't have a lot of work to do. There's always a lot to be done, especially in education. But I think we're moving in the right direction. And, you know, I'm trying to build a really strong science team to make sure that, you know, as they move through the grades, that they're building and demonstrating what they're learning, can discuss what they're learning, and make sure that we're establishing a strong foundation for our students in science. It's so important.
Are there any questions about Gina's presentation before she exits?
Sure. So Ms. Ruiz and then Dr. Sainer.
Thank you, Ms. Chrysales. If it's possible, might we go back to that Dover subgroup comparison slide? That was a very concerning slide, and I just want to make sure I didn't have time to write everything down quickly. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Hyman, I don't want to mispronounce your surname. Would you repeat it for me, please?
Sure, it's Heinemann.
Heinemann, I'm sorry, Ms. Heinemann.
That's okay.
Thank you so much for gathering this data, putting it together for us, and educating our students. Science was one of my most fun subjects until they tried to get me to dissect things, and then
it still was my favorite one. They made me do that too.
So this is quite troubling. I see here that 100% of our African-American students in 5th grade, 100% of our African-American students in 8th grade, 100% of our Asian students in 11th grade, 95% of our language learner students in 8th grade, and I think there was a couple other 90s. Yeah, 92% of our English language learners in 11th grade, and 90% of our Hispanic students in 8th grade are not meeting expectations. And while I can imagine the inherent flaws in these tests, including racism, this is appalling. Can you help us?
I can, because
understand these numbers?
Because it is, when you look at percentages, we have to remember that there was a certain number of students that took the test, right? So I believe, and I will have to go back and look at my notes, but for the African American population in grade 5, I believe that it was only one student. So when you, and I probably should have put that as a column now that we're discussing it. But so when you see 100%, you think, oh my gosh, it's 100%. It's one student. And similarly was the Asian population. So just to kind of like those two numbers, that it was a very, very tiny amount of students that were there. So, you know, if it was like 100 students and 100% of them didn't meet proficiency, then I would say, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? But
And
we
when
only had,
percentages are, when that is the case, when the numbers are so small, we have to be careful not to call out that subgroup,
correct.
because that is then identifiable to that student. So I just want to put that disclaimer out there
Right.
while we're having this conversation. We need to be careful that we're not highlighting a singular.
student.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. That was my mistake.
And while certainly smaller groups of population may help explain these percentages, I imagine that our English language learner population is a little bit bigger, and certainly our Hispanic population is bigger. So
Right.
how can we understand that 90% of our 8th graders are not, and our Hispanic 8th graders are not meeting expectations, and other high numbers like 90% of your economically advantaged 8th graders are not meeting expectations? That's a pretty high number. And I know that at least if we're going by the lunch count numbers and breakfast count numbers, those students make up at least 70% of our students.
Right. So as much as I would love to venture a guess on that, I don't think that at this point in time for this particular test, it would honestly be, I would be guessing to say why they scored what they scored. So this is a good baseline for us so that when we have the next test, then we can kind of see where the growth is. We are looking at making sure, so for instance, we're making sure this year that we have the sciences available also in Spanish for our ELL students, because it wasn't necessarily always available to them in Spanish. So there are things that we can look at these numbers and say, okay, what can we do? What plan are we going to create to ensure that we are making strides and getting those students to meet expectations? Unfortunately, with a brand new test, and this is the first year that we have actual information, I don't want to venture a guess and be able, I don't have a specific answer as to why they're scoring that way, because I don't. We're in the process of, creating a curriculum to make sure that we are meeting everybody's needs.
And Ms. Heineman and Ms. Rosales, if I may continue, I'm encouraged to hear that science in Spanish may be able to alleviate some of the concerns that these numbers show for our English language learners. What about our students with disabilities? They seem to have some pretty high numbers as well. What, if any, changes are we making to ensure that they can come up to meet expectations?
So in that situation, we are now going to have our students who are in class support classes working with a regular education teacher and a special education teacher to ensure that we're meeting all of the modifications that are made in IEPs, 504s, that tests are being modified for them appropriately, and that we're not, I emphasize with my staff to make sure that they are not watering down the material. Our expectations should still be high. It's the way in which we modify the work that allows our students to be successful. And I'm not saying our teachers are watering it down. What I'm saying is insisting that it never gets watered down. There's a specific way that we can modify science curriculum so that all of our students can be successful. So I think pairing them up with a special education teacher that can modify and help us meet the needs of those students with disabilities, I only see our numbers going up.
And then going back to the numbers, and while I certainly can appreciate that there may be just one student who identifies as African American, I know that our population also includes a minority of students that identify as white, but there's still a big difference between 5th grade minority white students of 44% and African American students of 100, and then 56 of white students in 8th grade to 100 still of African American. And then it evens out by 11th grade a little bit. So you've got 40% to 50% there. Does that, have we examined that, and what if any challenges we're facing in the 5th grade and the 8th grade that, I'm sorry, this motorcycle's going by.
I thought you had a lion in there.
What if any challenges we're facing in the 5th grade and the 8th grade that we are seemingly able to address by the time we get to high school, and how can we address them sooner so we don't see that huge disparity in the younger grades?
That's a great question that I wish I had a perfect answer to. I do know that from 5th grade to the high school that we do have students that do go on to other high schools that might not be necessarily part of the data that we're seeing. We do have large numbers of students that kind of move in and move out within a year, within a time span. So now that we're finally getting the data, now I can kind of sit and really kind of dig deep into it and try to identify where those areas are. I just haven't had that data. I've been here for 3 years, and this is the first set of science numbers that I can really kind of, begin looking and working with. So I wish I had a better answer.
Gina, is there any exemption given to students that are new to the district or new to the country? Everybody takes the test.
Everybody
correct?
takes it.
Right. So I think that's a factor that is not reflective in the subgroup comparison as well.
Thank you. Dr. Sainer, you also had questions?
Hi, Mrs. Heineman. Thank you for your presentation. I had 2 questions. My first question is, with the new standards, with the new test format, and the fact that the test now, is kind of testing multiple years of knowledge and skills, what are you planning to do to support the teachers in their growth and, our professional development, time to co-plan, time to vertically align the curriculum? So how are you supporting the teachers? And then my second question is, since we did not get data this year, and now we're looking at a whole nother year until we get any other data point, are you planning on is there any internal assessment going on to see if the new things that you're trying and the new curricula and all the things that you've described already, to see if they are helping the students move closer to meeting expectations?
First question, our department meetings are designed for those types of discussions. So our teachers at pretty much every department meeting, our agenda is partly focused on looking at our standards, looking at our assessments, looking at where our students stand and how to best reach them. So the teachers do have time, and they also are usually part of the same PLC. They usually meet weekly, if not twice a week, where they plan lessons together. I am constantly sending information for webinars that are free, that are particularly pertaining to the NGSS. And my teachers do, for the most part, will attend them. They provide feedback when they come back to a department meeting. They send me feedback. They'll share with me professional development that they found on their own, and then we talk about it at department meetings. It's a constant discussion that we have. As a matter of fact, after looking at the released questions, our teachers came together and designed their own question, and were super excited when the students took it and they did really well. And they were like, oh, we can't wait for them to take the test because look at what they could do. So they are, you know, they're engaged in it. They're dedicated to it. They understand the importance of it. And so we definitely dedicate that time to make sure that those are the discussions that we're having. As far as your second question, scores or no scores, I'm going to continue with the direction that we've been going. We are consistently looking at the standards to ensure that we're meeting the cross-cutting concepts whenever we can. The disciplinary core ideas are the center, and actually with the distance learning that we've had, I've had multiple department meetings with the middle and the high school science teachers discussing what standards everybody's been covering. We've talked about if there are certain standards that we just missed because of the distance learning that will then have to be revisited come the fall. And we'll continue that conversation as well in September, just to make sure that, you know, we're not causing any gaps with the distance learning situation. So the teachers are constantly in contact with me and with each other in department meetings, virtually and in person. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Miss, any other board member have questions? I can't see everyone, so please speak up. None? Okay. Ms. Heineman, I had a question. I know that not meeting expectations, looking at the same slide, we would want those numbers to be 0, right?
Absolutely.
Correct. That would be the ideal
Absolutely.
number, right? But you know, on an educator perspective, right? And I know you don't have the history with, you know, you said you've been here 3 years and you don't have the numbers to compare it. But what would be a comfortable number? What would be a number that you think you could kind of live with? From hearing you, it sounds like you are too uncomfortable with these numbers, and that you're going to do the best that you can to move the children over to meeting expectations, right? For across all, across the top and down the bottom. Can you answer that question? Should we look forward to?
I think,
I know if you can't.
This one's tough, right? Because we do a lot of testing with our students, and sometimes, you know, they just don't understand, you know, how it looks for us too when they're not also giving 100% sometimes. We have amazing students in Dover. I absolutely adore them. When I worked with them for the STEM camp, they just ate up science like crazy, and I knew, like, this, you know, this is an area that I want to focus on. So, you know, comfortable numbers, I would be happy if we beat the state average, you know. That would be my first goal, is like, let's just beat the state average, because the state average is not very impressive either.
But I think there's still, I think in all fairness, again, because it's a first year test, they can't, this is just baseline.
Right.
So we can't use, I mean, there's questions, for example, in this test that they might throw out, because
Absolutely.
they might look across the state and say, wow, every single 8th grader, or 90% of this 8th graders got number 8 wrong. That
Right.
one's going to be thrown out. So that's why this is like year 1. It's a baseline. We can't really compare it to a district created assessment for next year. Plus now you add in the COVID happening, tests being canceled, that all plays into now another round of testing.
Right. The other part to say with this too is for grade 11, just to clarify, they're covering life, earth, and physical science. A lot of our students might not have taken physics until they're seniors. So you know, that's another barrier and, or not a barrier, but another indication that we have to worry about, indicator that we have to worry about. So, you know, we do have to kind of like look at this and say, okay, this is where we're starting. There's going to be changes made for sure. But, you know, my goal is when we have enough data and we can start to see growth and compare, you know, we want to at least be past the state average, but there's a lot of work to be done. The state admits that they have a lot of work to be done in order to make adjustments for the test. So, you know, this is our starting point, and our goal is to make sure we're going up as much as we can every year.
Perfect. I
Could
know
I
we've,
just interject for a second, because I do want to make sure that people heard Ms. Heineman correctly. You know, that as a first step, we might use the state as a barometer. You know, and I know she repeated that twice as a first step. I just don't want to leave anyone with the impression as we leave here that meeting or exceeding the state is our ultimate goal. I think ultimately, this is the first time we as a team have had a chance to present any kind of test data to the board. So I think as a district team, our goal is to see growth of students. And when we present, as we have longitudinal data that's available to us past the baseline, what we'll be reviewing is growth. And when we see students growing, that's going to be our goal.
perfect. Great. Thank you for the clarification. How do you see remote education impacting that growth? How do you, you know, have any general ideas on how to kind of try to curtail that situation and create more equity?
So that's a great question. And I think everybody wants to answer that one. You know, across the state and across the United States, it's going to be difficult to have that same, you know, one teacher in a classroom working with students. But I do believe that with the professional development that has been available to our teachers, that the more they become comfortable with distance learning, the more creative they can become. So for instance, one of our chemistry teachers did an experiment for her students to watch and then asked her students, how would you change this experiment? What would you do differently? How would you explain the results? So even though they're not doing the experiment right in front of them, they're still thinking about and processing and forming conclusions. So it's just a matter of changing and shifting the way that we're asking the questions in distance learning to make up for that in-person interaction. So is it going to be, you know, easy and quick? No, but our teachers are definitely rising to that challenge. They're identifying gaps that were missing when they were doing in-class instruction that they are now filling now during distance learning. So it's a huge learning curve across the board, but I don't think, you know, come September, if we are virtual or a hybrid or whatever it is that we're going to be, I think our teachers are definitely learning to facilitate learning in a much more manageable way where the students are, you know, it's really easy to cheat when you just give them a question and they can just look it up and then they give you an answer. But now they're meeting them virtually and saying, okay, answer this question, describe this, how do you do that? And it's making the learning more meaningful. So it's got its pluses and its minuses, but you know, we're learning as we go. Our teachers are definitely becoming much more creative, and they're happy and excited to do it. So they're all leaving the school year knowing that the plan is kind of plan virtually, get creative, and then when you come back in September, if we're in class, you can still use what you created, and then you're prepared for your students that are in front of you. So, you know, it's definitely been an exciting time. I'll say exciting.
Good word choice. Thank you so much, Ms. Heineman, for that great presentation and your answers. Thank you for
Thank
for
you.
being there for us to understand further the great work that everyone is doing, probably behind the scenes and on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you. And we definitely thank you so much for your support because we couldn't have moved forward without it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Okay,
All right. Thanks you, everybody.
Thank you.
thank you, thank you. Okay, so if we can move on to our next agenda item. Brian, do you can bring, I guess, are we bringing the candidates one by one as they present or all together? What would be the easiest way? Brian, for you.
Oh, sorry, either or. I can let all
Yeah.
three in
Okay.
or one at a time, however you want to do it.
Okay, so let me kind of get through the introductions, and board members, can you think about that and kind of, we can move along and see what would be easiest for all of you to do that after kind of the introduction, okay? So the board is seeking to fulfill a vacancy as Ms. Monica Pelestis resigned from her board position on the 7th of May. The board is very thankful to Ms. Pelestis for the time she served on this board and the steps she undertook to focus on all the students of the district. For this, the board wishes to respectfully acknowledge her time as a public servant to the Dover Public Schools. Thank you very much, Ms. Pelestis. The board is delegated by law to appoint a candidate to fulfill this vacancy. 3 community members have stepped up to help with this volunteer position. They have submitted their written statements via email to the board within the designated time frame, and by doing so have acknowledged they meet all the qualifications as published on the school district website, dover-nj.org, the Daily Record, the Star Ledger, on May 13th of 2020. Uh-oh, did we lose Mr. Crew? The appointed person will fulfill this vacancy until the organizational meeting of the board in January 2021. The board will hear each of the candidates' statements of interest for up to 3 minutes each. And then we will move to appoint a candidate, discuss, and vote on the matter. The first person who received a majority vote of the full board is elected to the position pending the results of a background check. Board members, do you have any questions about the process? Board members, would you like to make a decision in regards, and just discussion really quickly, are we going to bring one by one, depending on, you know, if, Brian, I don't know if you have communication with all 3 of them while they're in the waiting period, on the waiting room, or can we just bring them all up and then have a discussion together? Or actually hear the presentation together. Ms. Ruiz?
Thank you, Mr. Salas. If we were in our boardroom, I imagine we might invite one at a time to step up and give their presentation. So I imagine we should follow a similar procedure as possible in this virtual world.
Okay, any other thoughts about that? Yes, Dr. Sainer?
I do agree with what Ms. Ruiz said, but if again, thinking to what would be happening if we were meeting together, the candidates would all be in the room together. One would be speaking at a time, but they would all be in the room together.
Ms. Catano?
Yeah, I was gonna say that if we all were in the same room, they will all be there, and then they will step up one at a time, but all of them will hear each of their presentation.
Perfect. So what I'm hearing is that they should all be invited into this meeting at this point, and then what I was thinking, they can volunteer whoever wants to go first, second, or third. Are we okay with that? Okay, perfect. All right, Brian, I was going to say, if you could just bring them all up, please.
Yep, I will
Or
right
in.
now.
Okay. Are they going to be on video or only in audio?
Two were video. There you
Mr.
go.
McCord?
There's TC. And then,
If you can, Mr. McCord, if you can mute yourself
yeah.
as you come in, please. Thank you. Mr. Robles, the same. And Mr. Scarnio will be on audio or video?
He will be audio.
Mr. Scarnio, can you hear us?
Ms. Gonzalez, I can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good to hear from everyone. Okay, so did you all hear my introduction regarding the process? Yes, Mr. Scarnio?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so who would like to go first? If I don't have a volunteer, then we'll just do it in alphabetical order. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, so then that would be Mr. Robles. Would you please go first? And Mr. Crew, would you provide us with the timer for 3 minutes? Sure. Okay, unless Brian has a handy dandy timer that he can share on the screen.
Ms. Grisales,
Okay. Yes, Ms. Ruiz.
are you saying alphabetical order by first name?
By last name, right? Robles, Scarnio, McCord. I don't know my alphabet. Mr. McCord, you will be the first one. Thank you, Ms. Ruiz.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Marie.
So
Good evening,
ready?
everyone. Yeah. I first want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. A vacancy in these unprecedented times is certainly less than ideal, and I know that whomever is chosen will need to hit the ground running. I want to tell you why I believe I'm the best person to do just that. All of us bring different experiences and qualifications to the table, but if we're honest, none of us have any experience serving during times like these. And I'll go one step further. None of the current board had any experience serving on a board of education prior to their first election. And they also don't have any experience serving in a time like this. So what do I bring that makes me better than the other applicants? First, I believe that I've shown our community countless times that I'm not afraid to have an uncomfortable conversation, that I'm always willing to listen, even if I don't necessarily like what's being said. Over the next 6 months, the Dover Board of Education will be having many uncomfortable conversations, both internally and externally, from budget cuts to school security to how to educate our students in the midst of a global pandemic. Nothing will be easy. The person appointed tonight needs to have the confidence of their convictions and be able to take the tough decisions. I do, I can, and I will. I also bring with me a lifetime commitment to public service. As the grandson of a school bus driver, the son of a career police officer, and the husband of a public school teacher, public service has surrounded me from the day I was born. I've spent the better part of my 30 years on this earth seeking out ways to give back, and I would take this position very seriously. From a young age, I've had a passion for education and youth issues. At one point, I even considered becoming a teacher. As a high school senior, I served on a county youth advisory board in my hometown. 2 years later, I returned as an adult representative, and at the age of 21, I was elected by my fellow members to serve as chairman. After receiving my degree in political science, I was appointed to serve in the administration of Virginia's 71st governor. In 2017, I completed my Master of Public Administration. Presently, I serve on Dover's Planning Board, as well as the Morris County Heritage Commission. I don't mention these appointments to brag, but instead to show that I have the necessary experience serving in roles that requires the incumbent to have the ability to work collaboratively and make tough decisions. The appointee chosen tonight should be someone who can get started immediately, working alongside the other members to hold up Dover Public Schools in the midst of these unprecedented times. I know I can be that person. Now, some will say that I shouldn't serve because my husband and I have no children. While I respect this view, I wholeheartedly disagree with it. Mine is an education household in a different way, with education-related conversations taking place almost daily. And though we don't yet have children of our own, I believe that this type of connection to education provides me with a unique perspective. I also believe that in some ways, not having a child enrolled in Dover Public Schools is a positive. It means that I will make decisions in the best interest of all of our students, every time, no exception. Make no mistake, the next 6 months for Dover Public Schools will be incredibly challenging, but I love a challenge and I'm ready to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Perfect. Okay, if I know my alphabet now, Mr. Robles.
Oh, hello, my name is Benjamin Robles, and I feel honored and privileged to be with you today.
Ms. Grisales, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Can you say something?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my sound
It's
stopped
can you
again
hear?
after
Okay.
the
Were you
last few words of, or during the last few words of Mr. McCourt's
Okay.
statement.
Okay. Mr. Robles,
I think that if, and I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. If you'll allow me a recess to leave, restart, and come back, that might work, or to join on another device. I'm sorry.
Can you turn on
Brian,
captions?
I texted you, so thank you. Okay, so excuse me all.
So we are going to hold until she is able to come back. No discussion, please. Mr. Robles, thank you. Mr. Scarnio, are you hearing us?
I am, yes.
Perfect. Thank you for waiting. Almost in, Ms. Ruiz. Almost in. It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm gonna
Take
mute.
a deep breath. You're all good. You're back.
I'm
Oh,
going-
okay.
It's very low, but it might just be I need to turn the volume up on this device. So I will figure that out.
Perfect. You can just mute yourself and then we'll start Mr. Robles. Perfect. Mr. Crute, ready with the clock? Okay. Mr. Robles, go. Mr. Robles, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, thank you. So,
Go ahead.
hello, my name is Benjamin Robles, and I feel honored and privileged to be with you all today in consideration for the open position on the board. To be very honest, I also wish it could have been under different circumstances, but at the same time, I don't want to pass up this opportunity to advocate at a different level for Dover students, parents, and the awesome staff that serve them. Since I arrived in Dover in 1988 to attend 8th grade from Puerto Rico, and I can't believe it's been over 30 years ago, I have experienced firsthand the great opportunities afforded to students who willingly take advantage of the education and services our district has provided. And I couldn't be more excited about the great strides made to improve many areas over the years. About me and my family, both my wife and I are proud Dover High School graduates, class of '93. We're blessed to be parents of a 10-year-old beautiful girl who just finished her first ever virtual school year in 4th grade at Academy Street Elementary, where my wife also works as a teacher's aide. And what an adventure that was. Unforgettable experience, but I thank you all, especially the staff of the schools who made it possible. I know it wasn't easy for anyone, but we're grateful that we got through that moment. I'm involved in the leadership of the Academy Street PTA as a treasurer, trying to do all we can to deliver great resources to the students through fundraising and events geared to assist and improve their educational experience. And I hope to continue in that role along with this one if I'm given the opportunity for some years to come. I graduated from County College of Morris and obtained my bachelor's degree in computer information systems from Nye College, and also got my master's degree in computer information systems from the University of Phoenix. And I'm currently working at Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, where I'm a compliance manager in human resources, and I've been with that company for over almost 20 years. I look forward to bringing a high level of collaboration, commitment, to serve the needs of our students. I know what it takes to lead by example and believe I can add value to our current administration, which is positioned, I believe, well to succeed and deliver at a high level of excellence, just as you have done recently. Some of the areas that I'm experienced in, I have experience in organizational management, leadership, community service, engagement, administration, planning, technology, communications, and process improvement. And as a Dover resident for more than 30 years, I'm proud of the education I received here, and I'm enjoying every moment of raising our child in this district, and I look forward to any opportunity I'm given to give back, especially through this role of board member if I'm given that chance. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to hearing back from you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Okay, last but not least, Mr. Scarnio, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you
Cruz?
for-
Just 1 second, Mr. Scarnio, so that way we give you everything. Ready? Ready to start now. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board tonight. I saw the advertisement in the paper in May and decided that I would give this a shot. A lot of you know me. Some of you don't. I've been a resident of Dover for 38 years. During that time, I've always been involved with the town. I'm currently the chairman of the Board of Adjustment. I've been in that position for 25 years. Along the way, I've coached and been an officer in Dover Area Little League for 20 years. Coached midget football for 8 years. Was the president of the Dover High School Wrestling Boosters and Football Boosters for 8 years, while both my boys were involved in those sports. I'm a 15-year member of the Dover Board of Education. Served 2 different terms. I served 5 years in the 80s under Mr. Frank Poulos when he was superintendent, going way back. I did not run for election when my boys started school. I did not want to be in a conflict with teachers or with the administration on anything that came up with anything I had to do for the children when they were in school. When my youngest son graduated, I ran for the Board of Education again. That was in 2008, and I was on the board from 2008 until 2018. During that time, I'm a fully certified board member through NJSIAA. I'm a certified master board member and a certified board leader. I served as vice president of Morris County School Boards Association for 5 years. I was also a member of the NJSIA Board of Directors and a member of their audit committee for 3 years. I'm well qualified to do this. I've had all the training. I've had all the background checks, been fingerprinted. So I'm probably the one candidate, although not to say anybody else isn't qualified, but I can definitely hit the ground running. I'm fully ready to go with this. I understand it's a 6-year stint, so we're not married for life. I have to run again in November if I wanted to continue. But I feel in this trying time that the board could take advantage of my knowledge and my experience in dealing with the educational system. And it is going to be a trying time for all the school boards in New Jersey over the next 6 months and beyond. So that's basically it. And I'll wait to hear your decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scarnio. And Mr. McCourt and Mr. Robles, thank you for your interest, like I said before, but thank you for taking the time to provide us a little bit insight on who you are. Okay, you are, I am assuming now they can exit, right? Because you all 3 are on the live, you can watch us live, correct? And then we will move on with our business in regards to the appointment. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Got it, Brian? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we would need, the board would need a motion to appoint a candidate.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to appoint Mike Scarnio, only on the basis of the fact that he has the training already in place. All three candidates are great, and that's the reason why I'm making that motion.
Thank you.
And
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that motion for the same reasons. I was so pleased with all those candidates, and I hope they all run, and you know, they're all excellent. But again, he's ready to start.
Perfect. So we have a first and we have a second to appoint Mr. Scarnio to this position. Is there any discussion in regards to that motion? Any questions, any comments? No. Perfect. Oh, Dr. Sainer.
I also wanted to comment. We had an embarrassment of riches, 3 candidates that are interested and capable of, moving forward with us. I really liked what Mr. Robles said about collaboration. That is something that we've worked to foster. And so I just wanted to present that. I understand Mr. Scarnio has extensive board training, and it certainly would be useful, but I also appreciated what Mr. Robles said about communication and collaboration.
Ms. Ruiz?
I just want to clarify our process. Are we nominating and then voting until we have a candidate, or are we nominating all and then voting?
We are nominating and until we have a majority, and then that person would be elected. So if there are no other further discussions or comments, then we will move to vote. Perfect. Mr. Smith, roll call, please.
Ms. Catano,
No.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Ruiz,
No.
Dr. Sainer,
No.
Ms. Viveras,
No.
Ms. Crisales.
No. No.
Okay, the motion fails.
Is there another nomination, another motion for a second nomination?
Ms.
Ms.
Crisales.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Sainer.
Ms. Crisales, I just wanted to point out, I know you can't see everybody. Ms. Viveros has her hand up.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Viveros?
Forgive me, Ms. Crisales, if I'm not doing this correctly. I so move that Benjamin Robles, we vote on him as being a possible candidate.
Okay, so you have presented the motion. You did it very well. Do we have a second?
I would second that. Oh, sorry.
I heard Ms. Catano. She was quicker to the unmute. So I heard Ms. Catano second that motion. Is there any discussions, questions regarding this?
Who, Ms. Catano made the motion.
Ms. Viveros made the first, motioned it. Ms. Viveros motioned it,
Okay.
and Ms. Catano seconded it
Okay, great, got it.
to nominate Mr. Benjamin Robles.
Right.
Okay, discussion, questions, comments?
Ms. Crisales?
Ms. Ruiz?
Thank you. Ms. Crisales, I am very pleased and impressed with the members of our community who are stepping up to serve on this board, particularly with the great expertise and experience and mentorship that Mr. Scarnio provides, and the political acumen that Mr. McCourt provides. I am in favor of Mr. Robles for the reasons of student achievement. We've learned in our New Jersey School Boards Association training that it is very important for board members to support student achievement in their work. Clearly, Mr. Robles has proven that time and time again, not just in this speech. I am privileged to know of him. I don't know him very well personally, but I got to know him at the Mission, or didn't get to know him. I met him at the Mission and Vision Planning. He came out on I think those were Saturday mornings, and asked poignant questions, and he pushed, and he prodded, and he really clearly put his heart into that mission and vision planning. And to me, that shows great commitment. Of course, he, I believe, is also involved with the PTA, is, from what I hear, quite a local superstar with a soccer history. So I know that the parents in our community know him and his family. Our students know him and his family, and that connection is really important. So while I would look forward to great conversations at the board table with Mr. McCourt, and I've been mentored by Mr. Scarnio, and he has great expertise and many, many years of experience. I'm looking forward to that connection to our community and what Mr. Robles promises to bring to our board.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Any other comments or questions?
I think Ms. Ruiz covered it. I mean, they're excellent candidates. My only concern with Mr. Robles is he needs to know, as we all know now, this is a real big time commitment. So just warning.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Correct. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. I also wanted to clarify or question, probably for Mr. Crute. Mr. Robles mentioned that his wife is a teacher aide in the district. Would you please inform us in regards to, is that a conflict or not? And if so, why not?
Thank you. I believe that I don't think it would preclude him from serving on the board. My opinion is he could serve on the board. However, it will probably lead to various conflicts serving as a board member in which he may not be able to participate in certain issues. For instance, the evaluation of the superintendent, and also labor negotiations with the DEA, because his if he has an immediate family member that's in the association. So I think that he could serve on the board. I just, he will have to learn and be, advised that there may be certain conflicts that he has as a board member where he would not be able to participate in certain things.
And would, Mr. Melo, is it related to this? My question is related to this.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, okay. Can I just finish one more? I apologize for that.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify or ask Mr. Crute to clarify, what does conflict mean and what does he need to do if he were to be elected?
Yeah, basically that, under the Ethics Act, if you have an immediate family member that's employed in the district, he would have to recuse himself from those types of items that I was discussing, like he would not be able to participate in the evaluation of the superintendent or in the labor negotiations.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Okay, so I just had a question on our nepotism policy. I just remember being on the board that when we had board members, family members couldn't apply for positions, which I understand that take. But I always understood that if you worked for the district, you couldn't have a family on the board based on the reading of the nepotism policy.
I am going to go and look at the nepotism policy right now. The way the nepotism policy reads, it says that no relative of a board member or the superintendent of schools shall be employed in an office or position in this school district, except that a person employed by the school district on the effective date of the policy or the date a relative becomes a board member shall not be prohibited from continuing to be employed or promoted in the district. So, so what that means is that if the person is already employed in the district, their immediate family member can be elected to the board, and they're sort of grandfathered in.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion or comments? I see no hands or alerts. Mr. Smith, would you please give the board a roll call?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
I didn't hear. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yes, oh, thank you. Ms. Mullen?
Yes.
Ms. Nutting?
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz?
Yes.
Dr. Sainer?
Yes.
Ms. Viveras?
Yes.
Ms. Grisales?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Congratulations, Mr. Robles. Once the background check is received and clear, and you are assigned a Dover School District email, Dr. Sainer and I will be in touch and schedule a virtual orientation with you, so you can start reading all the stuff that we have to read. Thank you, Mr. McCourt, and thank you, Mr. Scarnio. I see you, Ms. Mullen, for your time this evening, but especially for your interest in helping the board. And most importantly, the students of the district during this very difficult time. Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you, Mr. Scarnio, for the many years of serving with us. And I sure hope that you do run. Yes, thank you. I see Ms. Mullen and Mr. Crute. Ms. Mullen, Mr. Crute, do you have something urgent?
Well, it could be a little urgent. I just wanted to point out that if you desire to, Mr. Robles could be sworn in this evening and seated on the board. My understanding of the law is that it requires that the criminal history background check be completed within 30 days of when the person is appointed. So you could, since you've done the appointment this evening, he could be seated subject to receiving, going through the criminal history review process.
Okay, I'll ask the board in a bit. Ms. Mullen?
I'm just encouraging all three candidates to consider running for the board open position in the fall.
Thank you. Board members, what are your thoughts in regards to having Mr. Robles sworn in this evening? I see thumbs up, thumbs up. Anyone have any concerns? Mr. Smith?
Yes. John, I don't have the oath of office statement, but nobody said to get that.
Oh, well, I have it. I could swear him in if the board decides to proceed.
Sure.
Anyone have any concerns in regard? I think I saw the majority with their thumbs up. correct? Okay. All right, Mr. Crude and Mr. Brian, can you get Mr. Robles back on and text him and call him while we do this? Ms. Nutting?
Mr. Miller did have his hand up. I know you can't see everybody.
Thank you. I can see everyone now, but I guess I'm still blind. Mr.
Oh,
Miller.
I was just gonna say, you might as well let the suffering start for him, so swear him in.
I like that teamwork.
Yeah.
Yes. Send him the packet, please, so he can read it now.
Can he read the packet first?
Brian, we'll give you a few minutes. Thank you.
While he's doing that, well, we can say it to Mr. Robles when he gets sworn in. He will have to sign a copy of the oath.
I have it he can come in the office tomorrow. I'll have the forms.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can work that out with him to sign,
Yeah,
but I can do
absolutely.
the swearing in tonight.
Perfect. Mr. Smith, if you can email him that information, please, that would be very helpful. I don't mean to tell you.
Mrs. Mullen has her hand up.
Yes,
Mrs.
I'm
Griselli.
sorry. Thank you so much, Ms. Mullen.
Is it possible for us to continue through some of the agenda items until we, and then pause at the moment we can swear him in?
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We can certainly do that. Okay, so our next would be public comment. So we will interrupt public comment or reading it as if he comes on. Have we had everyone's comment on there? Any new comments that came in? Okay. Okay, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters. To ensure fair and orderly expression of such comment, each statement shall be held to a time period of 3 minutes. Public comments in this section are limited to items on this agenda only. Shall be entertained for approximately 30 minutes upon the discretion of this presiding officer. Since this meeting is occurring during the COVID-19 crisis, public comment has been solicited through the Google form on the district website, dover-nj.org. Dr. Sainer and myself will take turns reading the comments submitted. We will read the remaining comments on the second public portion of this meeting if it does not pertain to agenda items only. Okay, so the first comment in our list is from Matia Mendoza.
Ms. Chrysalis, that is not an agenda item.
Okay, we will hold that one. Thank you. We will hold that one off for the next one.
I'm going to document the names so that we don't forget anybody when we get to the
Please.
second.
Thank you. So it's the Matia Mendoza. He has a second one too. Is that the same one?
I believe it's the same one.
Okay. Then I have Miss Susan Shower.
Yes, that one.
Thank you. Good evening. I noticed on the agenda that the assistant superintendent's salary will have a significant increase during this unstable time with cuts from the state of near 3 million and possibly more, tax increase of 260,000, I'm assuming, and higher.
It's 260. There's a
Okay.
decimal.
Okay, thank you. 260 and higher per household. How can the administration in good conscience increase their own salaries? We have families still out of work, students that have suffered tremendous loss of family and activities such as graduations. The current salaries prior to increase or merit pay were tens of thousands higher than the prior administration. Please explain the rationale.
Okay. The next one is from Maria Chacon. Good evening, Board of Education members. Please provide details on policy 5561 for the use of physical restraint and seclusion for a disabled child. Requesting details on why Heather Carlton is being switched with Alberta Ruiz as VP in Eastover School. I am saddened and surprised that Mr. Diaz will no longer be the VP for Academy Street School.
Next one is from Rosie Autazzi.
I believe this one is also not an agenda item, so I'm writing that one down.
Okay. Sorry, this form is hard to see. I believe this is from Dr. Palestis.
Yes, and this one is an agenda item.
It is from Dr. Palestis, yes. June 16, 2020, Board of Education statement, Dr. Ernest Palestis from 393 West Blackwell Street in Dover. Agenda item, interview and appointment of new board member. I want to begin by congratulating our newest Board of Education member. Service on the board is a serious responsibility. The public will now look at you differently. You are now a public figure. You have a set of obligations and responsibilities that are established by law and common sense. As someone who has worked with hundreds of board members, and when I served as a superintendent of schools, I have some honest and well-meaning advice for you. First, avoid political cliques and community groups who will try to direct you. The people of Dover are your boss, not political bosses on the board. Second, be as ethical as possible in order to avoid the mistakes that some of the other members of the current board have made. If you are independent and ethical, you will earn the respect of our community, even when others disagree with your opinion. Be independent, answer to your own personal and professional standard. Follow the ethics code. During the January meeting of the Dover Board of Education, the Code of Ethics for Board of Education members was read out loud by each board member. Members of the community were not provided with copies. Reading the Code of Ethics in January was a good practice. I strongly recommend that this board attach the Code of Ethics at every board agenda. Please provide copies of the Code of Ethics so that the public can hold you accountable. The Code of Ethics can be used to guide your decision making. The entire Code of Ethics is available online, but there are key components that raise questions about 3 of our board members. Board members must not administer the schools, refuse to surrender independent judgment to special interest political groups, hold confidential, support and protect school personnel. Ask yourself if the vice president and president of this Board of Education and their political boss that directs them are following the Code of Ethics. I have significant concerns that the vice president, president, and their boss may have actually violated the Code of Ethics, not just once, but over and over and over again. Why do I suspect this? Because there is email evidence, lots and lots of evidence. In January of this year, I obtained every email sent and received by each board member via an Oprah request. The time period included January 2019 through January 2020. I will provide you and the public with evidence during the next open session. The Code of Ethics may have been violated. Frankly, the evidence is overwhelming. After all, these 3 board members wrote and sent the emails, and they should be held accountable for their own words. The evidence is startling and scary because I have email evidence that the vice president, president, and their political boss have discussed teachers, administrators, and other confidential issues via secret email. They have surrendered their independent judgment to special interests and political groups inside and outside our community. The thousands of emails that I've read indicate that the vice president and president and the political boss of the Dover Board of Education have stabbed Dover staff in the back. There is a pattern of behavior here. They said fancy thank you videos to our teachers. At the same time, they are undermining the very same teachers that they pretend to appreciate. Hypocrisy, anyone.
Okay.
Was that 3 minutes, Mr. Crute? Is that?
It was. Is there much left on the statement, or is it almost?
There is. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs.
It's your discretion if you would like to finish the statement. If it's not
Thank
over.
you. Our next comment, Dr. Senior Angela Ramos Gamma.
Yes. Question about the abolishment of policy 5860. Why don't we encourage the children to be part of the safety in our schools and teach them tolerance and respect between their peers? Will there be a new policy for a program like this?
Claudia Gajosa.
I'm sorry, that one is not an agenda item.
Okay. And it is on there.
I'm sorry, the first one, I'm sorry, Ms. Grissel, the first one is not an agenda item, but the second one is.
Thank you. This is from Claudia Gajosa. Do not remove the air conditioning from the schools. The schools tend to be very hot in May, June, and September. The conditions can be uncomfortable and not a good atmosphere for learning.
The next comment is from Mr. Coniglio. I'm sorry, I need to skim this one really quickly. Mrs. Grisales, are you reading? I'm unsure which agenda item this one addresses.
I do, yeah, I was reading the next one. I don't see.
I'm okay.
We'll leave the two remaining ones as well for the
the last one as well.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
From
I'll write down.
Caitlin Pinedo and
Okay.
John Coniglio. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. McLaughlin, would you like to address any of those public comments at this time?
Yes, thank you. Three of the public comments that I think I can respond to. One is in regard to the salary of administration. I just want to make a correction there that the individual who submitted that indicated that the salaries are tens of thousands more than they were in the past. But actually the salary of the assistant superintendent 3 years ago is in excess of what's being recommended. Also, the acting assistant superintendent who was in place had that salary that the board provided at that time continued. It would also be in excess of the present salary being recommended. And I do want to clarify that this is a new job. It is not every assistant superintendent job is at the same level, and this moves from an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction to assistant superintendent with the new job description that's on the agenda tonight. I do want to indicate that the board, that the district, and we appreciate the board's support in this, has been very mindful of our expenses, and we are not having, it is important to clarify, we're not having a $3 million cut. What we experienced was a $3 million deduction in the promised new aid, but we actually still go up in aid over last year. And that's really an important distinction to make. Now, that may not be the end of what our aid is. We'll find out by the end of August what our total picture is, but we're being very mindful. What we, of course, want to do is to move ahead, and some things may have to be deferred, and that kind of segues into the comment about air conditioning. We are not taking any air conditioning away. We did have an air conditioning project that was scheduled to continue our work on expanding air conditioning, and that will likely be deferred, although final recommendations on the budget will not be made until August, and we certainly take everyone's input into consideration in regard to what those recommendations will be. And then finally, in regard to safety patrol, many individuals have happy memories of safety patrol, and safety patrol continues to be a vibrant part of many schools' culture. We have not had safety patrol here for a number of years in Dover. We certainly may reintroduce it, but until that time, the policy for safety patrol is mandated, and we can't have a mandated policy for something that's not in place. So that doesn't mean that we can't readopt safety patrol at some point, and we can certainly look at that. It might fit really well into some of our character education and some of the leadership opportunities that we want to give our students along the way. So those are my comments in regard to this public session.
Thank you. As a board, we are elected to develop and or approve policy-oriented items, and it is out of the board's role to directly make decisions about how to run the district. We continue to hold Dr. McLaughlin accountable to make team decisions that ensure the safety, education of all students in the district. We are checking in with Dr. McLaughlin that the district is considering the health of all, and especially of those extended family members that may have contact with any asymptomatic community members. Furthermore, we are following up with Dr. McLaughlin to ensure the district is maintaining communication with school administration, Dover Town leadership, police, emergency health response departments, and the district's need to comply with guidance from the state of New Jersey and the executive orders issued by this governor. These efforts will ensure that the continuation of any decisions that are made and arrangements both acknowledge your hard work and balance for safety of all. If we can move forward in regards to the next agenda item, approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the May 2020 executive and regular meeting minutes, please?
I make a motion.
So moved. Linda?
Mr. Mullen moved the motion. Linda, would Ms. Mullen, would you second?
Second.
Okay, so Mr. Miller moved the motion to approve the minutes. Ms. Mullen second the minutes. Is there any comments, questions? None. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nunning,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. We have two communications. As you know, it is my role as your elected board president to address communications to the board and respond in a way that represents the whole board, that represents its role, its duties related to board policies and procedures. In general, I will always inform our community that the board, within the powers delegated to it by law, is the policy-making legislation branch of the Dover School District, and it is not within its role to directly make decisions on how to run the district or administer it. The involvement of our Dover family, their dedication, their advocacy, and their care for all Dover students is truly reflected in the correspondence that we've received since last meeting. The board has received, the board has received since our last meeting. It surely shows our One Dover motto. Thank you to all that reached out to the board. Juliana O'Connell, Maximiliano Ferreira, Jasani de Leon, Lisette Rodriguez, Camilo Arias, Jaylene Ruiz, Xiomara Uribe, Ricardo Gonzalez, Edwin Figueroa, Gabriela Luna, Sue Shower, and Mr. George Knowles. Also, I received notice from New Jersey General Assembly that resolution number 154, which calls for New Jersey to officially recognize and celebrate National Teacher Appreciation Week from May 4th through May 8th. This week has only been observed, at the national level since 1985. And with this resolution, New Jersey will honor the tireless contributions of teachers in response to the health crisis, in which they rose to the occasion to quickly support our children, parents, and develop innovative lessons, plans, and to continue their students' learning through remote education. Lastly, is there any other communications from any board member? Dr. McLaughlin, would you like to discuss any communications you've received?
I don't have any personal communications to share.
Have you heard from any parents in regards to any concerns that we have?
I think that you're referring to some of the concerns relative to graduation. I did receive a request from one parent to meet who may have changed their mind at the last minute. Unfortunately, that parent did not keep that meeting date, but I do know that graduation was the concern of that parent. And then I also had a meeting with along with the high school principal had a meeting with the mayor of Pine Hill, who discussed graduation with us. Those are the only two communications relative to graduation that I have received.
Thank you. We move forward to administrative reports in the agenda.
Ms. Grisales, can we just clarify the emails that you mentioned, the list of emails that you mentioned were sent to all board members, and we did make sure collectively that they were sent to Dr. McLaughlin. So he did receive them through us.
Mr. Crude, I believe there were some discussions regarding communications now that I remember that you wanted to bring up.
I don't think at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Grisales, just so you are aware, we do not have a way to contact that candidate other than email. So we're not able to make a phone call to him.
Okay. Thank you for trying, Brian. So we will have him sworn in our next meeting and give him the packet at that time. Okay, Dr. McLaughlin, we look forward to hearing the updates from our administrative team.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll begin with my report. I am pleased to share that each year our Teacher Association selects a DEA Teacher of the Year and a DEA Paraprofessional of the Year. The recipients are voted on by their colleagues. There's one Teacher of the Year for each school building and one Paraprofessional of the Year for the entire district. And this year's winners are the following: from Academy Street, Nicole Bonfiglio; East Dover Elementary, Donna Schrader; East Dover Middle School, Willie Carmona; North Dover Elementary, John Caniglio; Dover High School, John DeRitter; and the Paraprofessional of the Year is Carmela Fox from East Dover. So we congratulate them on that achievement, especially when you are nominated from your peers. I think it's a very, very special recognition. I'd also like to use this opportunity to address the topic of high school graduation. Certainly it's a timely topic. It's an area of concern for our community and throughout the state as we deal with the impact of COVID. Since we closed schools and had our last meetings with students in March, there has been great loss and uncertainty. That uncertainty has been worldwide throughout our nation and particularly in our home community. Students have been asked to learn remotely and to maintain social distancing as a solution to this pandemic is pursued. The uncertainty continues as we conclude this school year, and our district, as well as other institutions of learning, have been asked to prepare for the 2020-2021 school year with the possibility of continued remote learning in whole or in part, as well as preparation for in-person learning with a variety of precautions that will have to be put in place. These are all necessary to contain the spread of this deadly condition until such a time as a remedy is identified. One of the greatest losses for our senior students are the traditional and valued events of 12th grade year. This includes, and we've already referenced it tonight at our meeting, award ceremonies, prom, and graduation. Very recently, the governor announced new size requirements that could legally occur throughout the state that have caused some to question why the Dover schools could not conduct an in-person graduation or a rescheduled prom. In the same announcement, Governor Murphy emphasized that all activities should be coordinated in consultation with our municipal officials, such as the Office of Emergency Management, local law enforcement, first responders, and local health officials. And he has emphasized that social distancing must remain our practice and our priority. Each community, as we know, has been impacted by COVID in different ways. Our community of Dover has been among the most impacted. And as of the end of last week, we had 686 identified cases within our community and 57 deaths. Actually, that since the time that I wrote this, unfortunately, has increased. In the last week and a half alone, we've experienced 12 new reported deaths in Dover by COVID. So certainly COVID is continuing to have an impact. It's continuing to be very active in our community. And although towns that are even alongside us may be making different decisions, we also know that they have not been impacted to nearly the same extent as to how our community has been impacted. And that's the reason why our governor has emphasized the fact that these decisions must be made locally. Although students may fall into the age bracket most able to survive COVID, it's important to note that they may certainly assist in the spread of COVID, and that age alone offers no immunity. Given the impact of COVID on the Dover community, I believe that any large gathering at this time would be premature. I would even go as far as to say that it would be reckless to have a large gathering of any type for a graduation ceremony. As our students and community is aware, we have arranged for a virtual graduation, and that celebrates every one of our students in the graduating senior class. Additionally, the district has provided various virtual recognition ceremonies for our scholarship winners, those who have achieved awards and recognitions that include the Seal of Biliteracy, National Honor Society. Some of that was mentioned earlier. Our seniors have been highlighted in Senior Spotlight, and we've secured and distributed personalized lawn signs and displayed banners celebrating this very special class. All of these recognitions and accolades are well deserved by our students. Finally, in addition to the aforementioned activities, Mr. Franks and I will be inviting senior students to be personally recognized in front of the high school with the opportunity to be individually photographed with their diploma jacket, in their cap and gown. Each student will be able to be accompanied by 2 guests. That will allow each student to have a personal graduation experience without the dangers that are posed by a large gathering. And that will occur during the month of July following the virtual graduation. That will be for any student who would like that recognition, and we will send out a communication in that regard. I think at this time, it's also important to emphasize that school sports throughout the state remain on hold. There's some speculation that they will begin, although a final decision has not been rendered. And a decision has not yet been rendered by the governor to even officially open school in September. Student safety, the safety of our staff, the safety of our community remain our first and our very greatest obligation. And in this spirit, I have made the determination that we will celebrate our students' achievements in as many ways possible short of an outside gathering. It's important to emphasize that this is my duty as the superintendent. It's not a board action. It's not the principal's decision. I think it's very important to clarify that. We also will continue to extend an opportunity to our class of 2020 to gather next year as a full class for a traditional full ceremony following next year's graduation ceremony of the class of 2021. We are hopeful at that time that the cloud of COVID will have waned to the extent that we can do that safely. And we look forward to all of these recognitions and continuing them and continuing the celebration of our students. On a different note, tomorrow, today was the end of school, as has been noted, and I do want to take just a brief moment to thank everyone who has been involved in an unprecedented time. Our teachers, our staff, our parents who have been asked to do more than ever before, and especially all of our students. This is a novel experience, one that's certainly, I'm sure, been uncomfortable, for many of them painful, but I know after seeing so many of the displays of camaraderie, of connection, the various videos that have been weekly by grade levels in schools, that our students have shown their resilience They've shown their ability to have joy even in the midst of these circumstances. I want to thank everyone who's responsible for that. And in that light, I want to segue to meal distribution. Our meals have been a significant part of our effort during the time that we have been out to stay connected with our families and with our students. Tomorrow we begin summer meal distribution, and meals will be distributed at 3 sites: East Dover Middle, Academy Street, and the Victory Gardens Firehouse. Meals will be distributed from 10:30 to 12 o'clock each Monday to Friday, with the exception of the July 4th holiday, and we will announce that on the website. And we will continue summer meal distribution until August the 21st. Through yesterday, the Dover schools have distributed 39,217 student meals since the first shutdown. I would like to publicly thank also Logisticare and AmeriCorps, who stepped up and provided a commitment to deliver meals to students whose families are unable to come to our schools. AmeriCorps has also promised to continue delivering meals throughout the summer to those families who are unable to pick up their meals. Approximately at this time, 110 meals a day are being delivered by these volunteers. The volunteers picked up the deliveries from 2 East Dover parent volunteers, and I would like to recognize those parents at a future meeting. They were the ones who spearheaded these deliveries. Once I have their permission to certainly share their names, I will do that. But it was a great example. I know over and over again, we talk about One Dover, and it's just such a great example of that. I also want to thank the administrators who day in and day out volunteered to be on site to greet our students and families at the 6 sites that we have been a part of since we closed. So I'm sure that we'll have more to say about all of these topics in our continued meetings over the summer. It's been a truly novel year, a year that I've never been anything close to before. I'm sure that everyone can say that in whatever role they play. I want to thank the board for their support during this time. I want to thank the board for their support in the preparations that we will be making as we approach September, which is a real unknown. But our steering committee is about ready to go. You'll hear more about that in a little bit. And thank you for your time. That completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. Ms. Dallapaloo.
Yes, thank you. I also want to start my report this evening by acknowledging our Dover staff in every capacity in which they serve the district. From custodians and cafeteria workers to teachers and administrators, you have all been understanding. You have been patient and steadfast in your determination to do what is best for our students. And to that, we again say thank you. I want to give a special acknowledgement to those of you that would have spent under normal circumstances today and yesterday saying goodbye to your students in your classrooms and your buildings. These last few days of school are usually filled with laughter and smiles and even some tears as students excitedly say goodbye to their teachers. I know that the scene of excitement that plays out consistently every June in our school buildings. And I guess I just want to acknowledge to you tonight that we know this is a very different close to a school year, that it doesn't feel right. And I get it, but hold on, we will get through this. We will get through this. And we will, once again, continue those long-held traditions that mark the end of a school year. Moving on, for tonight's agenda, you will find an item for approval related to E-rate funding. Both of the district's packages for Category 1 and Category 2 E-rate funding were accepted under USAC with the Universal Service Program for Schools and Libraries. As you know, the Category 1 funds are being used to build a fiber network within the district through a partnership we have with Altice or Optimum. The Category 2 funding is being used to complete the infrastructure rebuild, which includes our new switches and access points throughout the district. Although we will be substantially reimbursed, there will be some cost to the district to complete this work. Also on the agenda tonight for approval is a group of teachers who will serve as this summer's curriculum writers. This work will be done virtually and will be the first step into writing curriculum into our new Atlas system. The supervisors and administrators have been trained on the mechanics of Atlas and also in building a shared understanding of the important pieces that make up a strong core curriculum. These conversations and discussions will continue as we begin the start of the work in July. As the district looks anxiously to the fall, we are gathering various stakeholders to form a reopening committee. The main charge of this committee is to outline several different scenarios for a full reopening, a partial reopening, or potentially a total virtual reopening. The group will bring to the table their individual perspectives regarding different areas of concern for the district. For example, athletics, special education, human resources, and facilities, just to name a few. In addition, we will have teacher representation from every grade span, including elementary, middle, and high school, to ensure that we are addressing teacher and student needs in all of our planning. Parent information will also be gathered through the use of various surveys as the summer months move forward. I want to stress the importance to all of us in understanding that any plan for reopening developed at this point is just that, it's a plan. These will undoubtedly change multiple times as new information and guidance is released from the governor and also our new Commissioner of Education. In addition, we also need to be sensitive to Dover's specific needs and ensure that we are maintaining the health and safety of all of our staff and students. As we have dealt with a lot of changes in COVID-19, we have also had to modify some of our programs now and potentially for the 2021 school year. For example, entrance into our gifted and talented program has had to be tweaked as certain sources of data were not available for this selection process. NJSLS scores and SGO data were not available due to the cancellation of the 1920 testing. This change required us to rely solely on the 2019 test scores as a component for eligibility. At the capstone at the AP capstone level, the program will be most impacted next year due to the loss of this current NJSLA student data. Another area where we have had to pivot in response to COVID has been in the area of music instruction. We are suspending vertical teaching within the music department as that would require staff to travel to the various buildings. This decision also allows a realignment to happen of students and workload within each of the grade bands. Ms. Gaynor Matanti has worked with her department to identify low-risk instruments that we can reintroduce to our students and substitute for those higher-risk instruments. We are also looking at virtual instruction platforms that would allow students the ability to continue to practice, even if they are not actually attending an instrument practice with the teacher. Some of the philosophies behind these changes center around sustaining musical skills in areas that our students have shown growth with their previous years of practice and instruction. Another area we are looking at with music specifically is the sterilization of instruments that could be potential carriers for the virus. This would include any instrument that would have direct contact with the student's mouth and would need further disinfection. We are also evaluating how to perform that same type of deep disinfection on athletic equipment and other multiple use items in the district. As plans become more developed, we will keep everyone aware of those procedures as we are following those procedures we are following to ensure students are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalapaloo. The Business Administrator's Report, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Item one on my report is the Secretary and Treasurer's reports for February, March, and April. We got a donation to a scholarship account. We have the list of bills for June 16th, $2,433,115.28. And I would also, with regard to the list of bills, bring to your attention that at your July meeting, we will do another list of bills in June, dated June 30th, so we can, before we close our book. So we'll have a June 30th bill list final, and then you'll have your regular July bill list to do in July, just so we can get the books closed. We got budget transfers February through April. We've got the extra pay reports, $27,949.14 for May payroll registers. You got your monthly cafeteria report. We got an application for approval for a CARES Act. We're accepting, as Assistant Superintendent said, that for the Category 1 funding for the E-rate, items 8 and number 9 for Category 2. We got an app, going to approve the app to submit an application for IDEA grant for 2021. Approve the submission of an application for a grant for Title I for 2021. We're going to approve a contract for Pomptonian for the 2021 school year. They've done an outstanding job, and this is a good contract. And we're going to approve a contract with the Educational Service Commission for transportation agreement. And then we've got an approval to transfer from capital reserve to the general fund of $575,777. And they are listed just below that in item 14, as mentioned before, for more infrastructure fixing the phone system, security system, the paging system, and the clock system. So we'll be able to do this without using any of our normal budgetary line items. And these contracts are covered by various state contracts and co-ops as listed in that item. And we are have a resolution number 15 is to transfer any funds left in the 1920 school year from surplus to the capital reserve, to put money back in capital reserve for future things, not to exceed $2 million. I don't think it'll be that high, but we're not sure till we actually get the books closed to the exact money that would be. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I do have a question. You mentioned that you're submitting for approval the February, March, April treasurer's report, correct? I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that during our last meeting, there was a report on your end that the January treasurer's report had some challenges.
They found that was the transition from the old treasurer to the new treasurer.
Has that been resolved, and have we approved the January?
Absolutely, because we couldn't have got February unless we fixed it.
All right, and so when was the January treasurer report approved or presented?
That was approved in the past before it was resolved, but it's a problem. So we did it with the journal entry. It's all fixed county-wise. The auditor looked at it. Our auditor was in the other day when we were trying to estimate how much we'd have left to transfer to capital reserve, and we're okay, good going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for all your work.
Thank you.
Dr. Sainer?
Hey, Mr. Smith, I had a quick question. We're moving $575,000 from capital reserve into the general fund. Is this the money that we need to do the infrastructure work until we get the E-rate payment?
No, this has nothing to do with E-rate.
Okay, so what is the $575,000 being moved from capital reserve to general fund?
Yes, so we can do the projects with the phone system.
Okay.
All that. There's items that I listed there with the.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Any other questions for any of the administrative reports? Ms. Nutting and then Ms. Mullen.
Oh, Ms. Mullen, you can go first. That's fine. Your hand was raised before mine.
Thank you.
I was, Mr. Smith, I was reviewing all of the reports that came in, our supporting documents, and there was a February, March letter with an $886,475 difference that you were looking to resolve in prior edits. Let's see. Ms. Nutting can go back, and I can go back to find that letter.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. We'll come back to you. Ms. Nutting?
From capital reserve, is that what that was?
She's going to look for it, Mr. Smith, so she can be
Okay.
more precise. Ms. Nutting?
Okay. If I may, Dr. McLaughlin, I did have a question about the graduation after receiving the Honeywell update. I was wondering, with the governor saying that we had 250, and I do understand with everything with, you know, the health department and the town for us, was it possible or was it even considered if we could have just the students with social distancing and record them in real time as far as like a graduation without parents being there, used as a virtual graduation?
Sure. Yeah, that absolutely was considered. A number of options were considered. We looked at a variety of pieces. And one of the things that I did put in that Honeywell message to parents is that we also had a meeting with our town administration. That included our mayor, our town administrator, the Office of Emergency Management, the health department, and the concern around our particular community is any large gathering. I mean, some of the students, and they've been great about advocating for something they believe in, and I truly admire our students. I'm proud of them for the way that they have represented their position. I think that some of this, and this is hard, I think, for everyone to understand, because we hear so many messages in the media that go back and forth about COVID. But I think that there's some thought that because they're in an age group that they're the safe group. And I don't know that there's really hard science to back that at this point. We do know that COVID travels with people, that there's a delay. You know, again, we are going with all the knowledge that we have. Social distancing is something that I know that our town is really hopeful to continue until this stems here in Dover. Because, you know, you can go right next door to our left, to our right, and we don't see the numbers that we have here. And my concern in particular is even the most recent numbers, and that's why I emphasized that in my report. You know, when we talk about 12 people who have passed away from COVID within less than 2 weeks' time, it really shows that this is a condition that, you know, is alive in our community, that continues to wreak havoc on our families. I don't want to take the responsibility for contributing to a single COVID death because we bring together graduates. So what we are trying to do is everything we can short of that. And that the additional recognition for our students, we've seen our students lined up next to the signs. Even today when I was here at the high school, there were graduates in their caps and gowns at the front entrance. Of course, we hadn't talked about this yet, so they kind of had the same idea we had. But with just Mr. Franks and myself, we'll be able to provide that type of individual recognition and let their parents or two significant people in the student's life see them, get their diploma jacket. You know, we will have an official photographer take a picture of that, and again, commit to a full ceremony next year for whatever part of the class or the whole class, hopefully, if they're able to, would like to participate. So I guess that's my really long answer to yes, it was considered. The reason that we're basing this, I think, are really community-based. There have been a number of individuals, you know, I think mostly through social media, who have said our kids deserve this. Yes, our kids deserve whatever we can give them. And so this is certainly not a matter of trying to deprive a student of anything that they deserve. We're trying everything we can to show that to our students, how proud we are of them, how much we want to celebrate their achievement. We're hopeful not only for graduation, but for the students who continue with us in next year, that we can be together again and observe these types of ceremonies that we've had. And we know that are close to our kids' hearts, close to their families' hearts. close to our staff's hearts, because it's been very, as Ms. Delapoulou mentioned before, it's hard. You know, the goodbyes and the best wishes for students, whether it's to the next grade level or to the next phase in their life beyond school, are things that we all look forward to. So it's hard, it's painful, it's a different kind of year. But the last thing that we want our students or our families to think is that that we're not seeing this. You know, we are, but we're trying to be responsible in regard to that. We hope that others will hear what we're saying and will respond the same. But as an official community here as a school district, we're doing everything we can short of a gathering, a large gathering that could have deadly consequences.
And just one more question for the 8th grade students. It's also a big deal for them, and I know our seniors did receive signs. Was that happening also for the 8th grade?
The 8th grade has been does not have the same extent of ceremony as the high school does, although certainly they have the same virtual ceremony by the same company. By the way, that company had to make an exception for us. We had to kind of go to the mat because they were not doing 8th grade promotions, but they took into consideration A, when our request was made, and B, that we were doing our high school with them. So they did permit us to do that, you know, at the same expense, which, you know, we want to acknowledge our 8th graders as well. Our National Junior Honor Society had a virtual recognition, and there was a wonderful awards depiction that really highlighted our students, our 8th grade students winning awards, and I thought that was quite impressive. And in addition, I want to acknowledge the East Dover PTA for the two banners. The two banners that are outside the athletic field facing Route 46 are the PTA from East Dover, both for the high school and for the middle school. So we don't have the same pieces for them, but there were many pieces that were in place for the 8th grade, and we felt that it was a good balance, and certainly as an appropriate, I want to keep saying that, a recognition as we could provide under these circumstances.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin and the board for your questions. Ms. Mullen? Ms. Mullen, can you hear us? Is she frozen? Oh no, she's frozen. We've lost Ms. Mullen. Brian, help.
Clarify, Mr. Smith.
Oh.
He's moving now.
Mr. Smith?
There you go, Ms. Mullen. You were frozen. Yes, you're back. Can you please restate your question?
Okay. All right. So yes, well, Mr. Smith provided us with a lot of financial information, and he has done an incredible job and a lot of work, and he's moving on and turning everything over to our new BA. My question is the cover sheet for February and March. There were big differences that we were going to look for corrections made in June. Wondering if you have found them, and will they be found and fixed before you leave, or have they already been done?
What corrections? You got to refresh my memory. What corrections were they? With financial reports?
Sorry, Mr. Smith, she froze again.
It was the cover sheet for, cover sheet for February and March. There were a difference in transfer to agency account not booked, correction made June.
Oh, okay.
Big
So
difference
in
for
the budget-
March, working on identifying correction will be made in June. Yeah, and all those papers you gave us.
Okay, I'll look tomorrow.
But I didn't see any April, May. Okay, thanks. I didn't see any
I'll look at
updates
tomorrow,
of the
yeah.
April, May, or June.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
800 adjustments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ruiz?
Thank you, Mr. Salas. I did not send this question or comment in advance via email, so I fine if it hasn't been addressed or if a response is not available. I understand. I certainly appreciate, like I know all of us here do, about how painful COVID has been for our community. Our death per capita is higher than Newark's. We've lost 4 of our neighbors just on my block. Neighbors with small children in our schools. So I appreciate deeply how thoughtfully our school district is addressing those traumatic needs. And I'm wondering if the different proposals that were considered included a car procession with no one getting out of the car, but working with the district so that the students, those who had cars or had access to a relative's car, could essentially ride around town and celebrate sort of together, but in a car. And those who did not have access to a car maybe could ride in the front in a bicycle or some way that this milestone for our community could be celebrated. And I love the banners, and I'm sure that the virtual ceremony will be amazing. I couldn't graduate Dover High School, and my son graduated CCM, and he could neither, right? They're having a virtual ceremony, and he's not even going to be part of it. We did something on our front lawn with just us, but I just, I want to know how many different options were considered. I know that we're so creative, and I just want our students to know how much we do appreciate them and hear them and applaud their advocacy. And I just want to make sure they were heard, I guess is really what I'm asking.
Thank you, Ms. Royce.
And again, yes, we did. One of the first things that a lot of school districts did was to establish car parades. There are 2 big items that we considered, and I think that you've already referenced one of them in your comments, that great many of our students, families do not have vehicles. We know that because of the way that they come to school and the car services that are utilized within our town. One of the things that we certainly did not want to do was create any kind of recognition that would be in any way inequitable, that would only be targeted to students who had certain resources or families in that regard. So it was a sensitivity to that particular area, which we try to apply to everything that we do. But also compounding by that, especially if you were having alternate means, we also have another feature of our communities that we're packed pretty tightly. The roads, as you know, when we did our Christmas parade, I was and I was still learning the town at the time to try to find parking and navigate the way. One of the things we're trying to be very sensitive to is our emergency responders in the district and what they're being pulled to do at this time. They've also been impacted too by COVID, and we want to make sure that some districts again have the space. There are districts that I've been familiar with and following who have open rural roads or have roads that are not well traveled, and having a car parade is not a significant issue for them. I do believe it would be an issue for us. It would require a lot of manpower by our emergency responders. I'm not saying that they wouldn't want to, because I know that they are all in on whatever we ask them to do, but we want to be sensitive and ask things that we should ask, and compound it with the potential inequity of the situation. We felt that was not a viable solution for our community. So we've been looking at options. As I mentioned again, And I hope that by the series of things that we are doing, that our students and their families do see that we are looking at every viable positive option that will celebrate, this significant achievement, and show our pride in our students.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move past our administrative approvals on to our next agenda item, which is, administrative reports, and move on to administrative approvals. Does the board have a motion to affirm that Dr. McLaughlin has provided this board with reports regarding HIV incidents at our last meeting, Dr. McLaughlin, right? As detailed in today's agenda. So for
actually
DMS
today,
13, was this the change?
At this particular item although it has a roll call at the bottom, doesn't require a vote because there was one case that was discussed in executive session. It will be voted on at our next meeting.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we do not need to that, besides acknowledging that we received your report in the executive session. We'll be voting on next month, correct?
Correct.
Perfect, okay. So then we move on to item
Do we
number...
need a roll call at the end of administrative reports? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
No, I skipped that because there is no action.
We don't need
there.
that. Okay.
Correct. No, that's why I skipped it. I tried to highlight that for you before, but I don't know if you understood my email when I said that.
I apologize.
Yes. Okay. And then for item, and so we don't need a roll call either under item number 1. No. But we do need it for item number 2. So is there a motion to approve item number 2 under administrative approvals?
I move we accept the district preparedness plan from May 21st and submit it to the interim county superintendent.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Ms. Viveros, thank you. So Mr. Smith, Dr. Sainer motioned and Ms. Viveros second. Are there any questions, comments? I see no hands. Mr. Smith, may the board have a roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Mr. Ruiz,
Yes.
She said
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Crisales.
yes. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, may you lead the personnel agenda item, please?
Yes, I move that the board approve the following personnel resolutions for the 1920 school year as listed. New personnel employment appointments are contingent upon the required state and federal criminal history background checks in accordance with NJSA Chapter 116 PL 1986 and completion of required employee paperwork, including pre-employment verification, and that's item 1 through 8.
1 through 8 or 1 through 36?
1 through 8.
1 through 8.
Okay, so what, that was changed, okay?
It's, no, I just want to point out it's 1 through 8 because B is for the 2020-21 school year, and those are separate items.
Perfect, so if we could have a roll call under that item number 8, please, for the next time. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Nutting, for the second. Are there any discussion points from the board? Okay, items 1 through 8. If we could have roll call, Mr. Smith, please.
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Crisales.
Yes. Ms. Mullen?
Yes, I move that the board approve the following personnel resolutions for the 2020 school year as listed, again with the contingent upon the required state and federal criminal history background checks. And that's item 1 through 38, but I would like to highlight some of the attached job descriptions of the family engagement specialist, the assistance network administration coordinator, the assistant superintendent, and that we now are approving more translators in the district, as well as doing the summer high school teachers. I'm glad we're doing that again for the financial literacy. And curriculum writers, there's 14 listed curriculums, many of them new. And I think that's it. Just a lot happening for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So Ms. Mullen moved motion to approve B1 through, I missed it.
38.
38. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Ms. Catano, second the motion.
Who?
Ms. Catano,
Okay, good. Thank you.
is there any discussion points from the board? May we have roll call, please, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveras,
Yes.
Ms. Crisales.
Yes. Ms. Catano, would you please provide us with an update on the negotiations committee, if any?
Yes, we met on May 20th and also on June 3rd. We have reached an agreement with the Administrators Association, which is on the agenda tonight for ratification. We also plan to exchange proposals with the DEA this week and have a negotiation session planned with them on June 24th.
Thank you, Ms. Catano.
You're welcome.
Ms. Nutting, would you please provide us with an update on the committee and lead the agenda items, please? Hold on a second. Moving too fast. Sorry, Ms. Nutting.
Oh, we have
to
to. Oh.
Oh,
We
I'm
have the
sorry.
resolution under negotiations, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't have the updated one available. I apologize. So is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
I'm sorry, Ms. Catano, did you move the motion?
Yes.
No, I'm going to
Okay,
now.
so I heard Ms. Viveros move the motion and I saw Ms. Nutting second. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. You got that, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, may we now have roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveras,
Yes.
Ms. Crisales.
Yes. Okay, now, Ms. Nutting, may you please provide us with an update and lead the agenda items? Thank you.
Okay, so we met on June 2nd, and with the help of my teammates, I should say, on my committee, I did take some notes and we asked for everybody's input, and we came up with Atlas is underway and training has started for the administrative level. It should be ongoing to the mid-June. Starting in the month of July, administration and teachers will start writing a curricula for the various curriculums. The Mine Hill and Dover teachers of 6th graders have had 2 meetings on math and language arts. One meeting is going to be scheduled virtually, and everyone is excited about the collaboration between the 2 districts. The 7th grade teachers could be involved in future meetings between the districts. Google Classroom is now available for 3rd through 6th grade. These students are getting a Dover Gmail account that are internal use only. The internet safety of our students is the utmost importance, so we will get no outside emails received to them. The district has also purchased Gaggle, which scans Google Suite communications and activities for words and phrases that are concerning nature. Gaggle then alerts the administration on that student account, and actions can be taken if necessary. Being we are in a pandemic and a loss of some of our funds from the state aid, it's good to hear that our preschool funds are not affected and we are all good in that area. Some of our new preschool partnerships, i.e. Mine Hill, are fully staffed and ready to go. The partnership with Primrose is expanding to add a 3rd classroom, and the Randolph YMCA has 2 classrooms for us. The Title I funds in ACT is giving us the opportunity to look into additional Apple products to help provide our students with additional technologies. Okay, so that is my update. And I'm switching to my other screen so I can read. So I would like to have, I'm making a motion for the board to approve the following resolutions, 1 through 6.
Perfect. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Ms. Viveros second, and Ms. Nutting moved the motion. Is there any discussion points from the board?
I have a question,
Ms.
if I may.
Reese?
I'm sorry, I didn't send this in advance. I've got a lot going on right now. So it's okay if you don't have the answer, of course. I heard Ms. Nutting's very thorough report that included additional technology and ensuring our students had access. And you know, God willing, we will all be safe and healthy come September and back in school with our students and our teachers together in a safe way. But God forbid we're not. And we continue through this virtual world. Are we now, or do we have an anticipated date when we will be at a point where all students who need a digital device have access to it through our district?
Thank you. Ms. Dalapaloo, Dr. McLaughlin?
You want to take that one, Ms. Dalapaloo?
You beat me to the unmute button. Actually, it's very ironic that you asked that question because Apple is preparing a quote for us, and I, predict to receive that quote by Thursday or Friday of this week. That would allow us to expand our one-to-one all the way down to kindergarten. So essentially what we've had to do is basically take our inventory and not literally, but figuratively lay it all out on the table and say, okay, this grade span we can give to this device, this grade span can be covered by this device. And that worked out well until we reached about 5th to 6th grade. And we kind of ran short there. So as part of the CARES Act, I believe, Jim, right, that went into CARES, we are looking at entering into a lease agreement to cover our younger students. So that would be a lease, 4-year lease that would allow us 4 years of Apple Care on top of that, which is also very good. That's the coverage for breaks and things like that. And it would allow us to have a device for the students, whether we're virtual or back in brick and mortar. So very, very good timing.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other discussion points? Just a quick, well, I don't know if it's quick, but what are the pros and cons of using Apple products rather than Chromebooks or the other kind of tablets? I don't know the other ones. Costs and
yeah,
availability.
so I mean, just from a financial standpoint, the district has a considerable amount of equipment invested, or I'm sorry, a considerable amount of dollars invested in Apple equipment. So to turn around now and introduce a Chromebook kind of is sending a mixed message. So, we're down this path of the Apple products, the iPads, the MacBooks. To bring in Chromebooks now is introducing kind of a different piece of equipment to students. So generally when districts have made a decision to go in a certain way, that's the way you continue to evolve. I will tell you, I've had one-to-ones with Apple products, very successful, low breakage on the product. I know of people that have a Chromebook one-to-ones that tell a little bit of a different story, a little bit of a higher breakage. You know, ultimately it comes down to, I think that the Apple products are much more usable in and around a classroom environment. It gives students the ability to, you know, create videos. If they have the iPad, they can create videos. They can take their iPads outside and take notes, you know, at the neighboring stream about the water and things like that. It's a lot more versatile than I think a Chromebook could be, which is kind of basically essentially like a laptop. It's a little bit more stationary. So, but regardless of my opinion, the district itself has a huge amount of inventory. So that really kind of speaks why we're staying with it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm a little lost. So we had a motion, we had a second, we have our discussion. Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Crisales.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Dutton, are you done with all your agenda items?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect, okay. Community Relations Committee, Mr. Miller, if you can give us an update, please.
Sure, thank you. Before I go into the meetings that the committee attended together or individually, I had been asked to describe the role of the Community Relations Committee. So I wanted to just go into that real quick. As described at our reorganization meeting, Community Relations reports back to the board any relevant information pertaining to the Dover and Victory Garden town governments, Mine Hill School Board meetings, Special Education Parent Advisory Group, Morris County Educational Services Committee, and any community activities from participation in community forums, district, and community events. The board president can assign tasks to committees that fit with the intent of the committee. At our last board meeting, there was discussion on sympathy cards and other acts of appreciation, which are coordinated by the board president and communicated to the entire board. This is not a specific duty of the Community Relations Committee, and we just wanted to put it out there, you know, what our job is. So now I'm just going to go into quickly into the meetings that we attended. We had attended the Mine Hill Board of Education meeting on May 11th. They had a number of presentations on remote learning. They presented the district strategic plan overview, and they talked about what they were doing for COVID planning and also discussing their anticipated budget shortfall because of the pandemic. And then they also requested that we start looking at the send receive agreement. Now that any of the litigation that was out there is now done and in the past, we want to move forward. So then we set a date to meet with Mine Hill on May 21st. We actually had our community relations meeting on May 14th, and we started to discuss community reaction to our last meeting. And we were looking and discussing alternatives to Robert's Rules of Order as a discussion point. And what we would like to do is be able to have the community see us have a conversation instead of sometimes an awkward procedural framework was part of our discussion. But we, decided that this would be something that might be a good discussion at our annual board retreat, just so that we can refine how we're collaborating together and how the public views us in that collaboration. We also put together our agenda for the Mine Hill Community Relations Committee, and we discussed, the impact of the community of opening schools in September. Wanted to promote all that is good in the district to try to keep morale up. And then we actually had the joint meeting with Mine Hill on May 21st. And we talked about our success with our prior inter-district initiatives, class exchanges. We shared extracurricular activities between the play and the band, and all of those were successful. We discussed opportunities for shared services, preschool, updating our send-receive agreement, and parent-family orientation. We received a lot of positive feedback on our partnership with Mine Hill, the wonderful sharing of professional development to better align curriculum for students coming to Dover. They would like to see us have an inter-district exchanges at actually the 4th and 5th grade level so that parents get a good feeling about the programs in Dover, and also the students start to develop relationships so that when they ultimately meet together in the middle school, they actually know students before they get there. So we all agree that this would go a long way in changing some perceptions that parents may have, even though they didn't actually come to a Dover school or even see it. This would help the students also socially and emotionally as they prepare to go to the middle school. Right now, as it stands, they mentioned that there were 46 sixth graders that will be graduating Canfield, with about 20 to 25 that would be coming to Dover. They also discussed that Dover has so much to offer and that we need to find some additional ways to communicate those opportunities, to link Canfield to the Dover School District, perhaps through websites where Dover would have the Mine Hill link and the Mine Hill would have the Dover link so that parents can follow what's going on. And then they also talked about when in the future, having the Dover superintendent come to the Mine Hill 6th grade graduation to actually say a few words of encouragement to the students that are coming to Dover. So we will be setting up our next meeting sometime in August. We haven't determined the date. There were also 2 or 3 Connecting Dover meetings that I was able to attend 2 of those, and they were very informative. Everything was centered on presentations relative to COVID-19. And I know Dr. McLaughlin gave a presentation at one of those on what the school district was doing. And there were many other presentations that were there to help people during this time that were very interesting. They talked about a lot of community outreach. There was a discussion on a presentation from Wind of the Spirit that had some community folks together that created 5,000 masks to be distributed in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And very good presentations on how they were trying to reach community members on COVID that are harder to reach and maybe not receiving all the information that they would need to know on COVID-19. And during this time, we know that there's been so many acts of kindness for our community with individuals volunteering. And I know that it's already been mentioned about our teachers and how much that they've had to put into the success of our students during this pandemic and being remote. We know that it's not easy. It's stressful and can feel very difficult for folks to feel isolated from their coworkers, students, and family. But we can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for our students in keeping the education of Dover going. I wanted to mention that the Dover Education Association and our teachers applied for grants totaling $3,900, and were able to purchase thermometers for Dover students and families, fans for those who may be living in attic dwellings with insufficient cooling and air conditioning, and bubbles and chalk for our students to play with, and non-perishable food items to donate to our local food pantries. The teachers also donated 250 masks for our community members. The Dover First United Methodist Church, Mutual Morris, and Wind of the Spirit were distributing these items to Dover residents in need. We also wanted to, and I know that this has been out on social media, to recognize Dover High School senior Maximiliano Ferrara, who worked with the class of 2020 advisors and members of the Dover High School Social Studies Department to organize the fundraiser, Dover Strong, selling the face masks. And they were able to support Dover Restaurant Support Latino and purchase 200 meals for St. Clair's healthcare workers. So we want to thank all those involved, including the Dover High School Social Studies teachers, John DeRitter and Christopher Hada, and the Dover High School principal, Mr. Franks. Wanted to also recognize Camilo Arias for achieving the rank of Eagle Scout with Dover Troop 64. He received this honor during a virtual Eagle Scout border review on March 22nd, and that the Eagle rank is the highest rank to attain in the BSA Scouts. So I wanted to congratulate him and put that out there. I also wanted to thank, there were many members of our community that donated to put banners around town for the students to congratulate them with graduation, and that there is also going to be one additional banner that's going to go across Blackwell Street, a 40-foot banner that as you enter town will say, "Congratulations, Dover grads." It's going to be a generic sign that will be able to be put up by the town for several years to come during this time. And that was donated by Dover Renaissance. And that's my report. Tried to go as fast as I could.
What a report.
Yeah, can we clap for that?
Yeah, it's like, ooh, it's awesome. I thank you, the Community Relations, for all your work, for highlighting those and acknowledging the students, the staff, for going to all those, you know, community meetings and fostering more and more our community to be one Dover. So I'm very happy. Thank you so much. I think us as the board is something that we've always talked about. So I'm excited that it's actually happening. So thank you for all your work, Community Relations.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments about Community Relations report? Ms. Nutting?
Just to say, being a healthcare worker myself, St. Clair's, I happened to talk to somebody that did receive a meal, and they were very grateful for that. So just to let you guys know, they did really, truly appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Policy, Ms. Viveros, would you please provide us an update and then lead us on the agenda items, please?
Yes. The policy committee met on June 9th via Google Meet, excuse me. We're going to start with item number 1, which is 2 readings. Policy 5514, student use of vehicles on school grounds. This is the original and revised versions. This policy has been revised to a simpler format to accommodate the uniqueness of how each district handles students driving an automobile, riding a bicycle, or using a scooter or skateboard and other means of transportation to get to and from school. We removed the requirement of furnishing ordinary non-motorized bicycle information with the school from the policy. Also, high school students driving an automobile and parking on school grounds must register their vehicle in the office, but there will no longer be a fee for a decal. Students will now receive a no-charge plate card that must be displayed on the front dashboard. Also, students are not permitted to bring motorized or non-motorized skateboards, scooters, roller skates, hoverboards, or any other motorized or non-motorized mode of transportation on school grounds during the school day. Policy 5516, use of personal electronic devices, electronic communication, and recording devices. This policy has been updated with some school board language and other district language to keep the policy clear and precise. This policy pertains to the middle school and high school. Smart watches are also being added within this policy. Policy 5561, use of physical restraint and seclusion techniques for students with disabilities. And this was also a question in one of the public questions. Strauss Esme provided an update on policy and regulation 5561 as the new law was effected immediately. The New Jersey Department of Education guidance includes a definition of mechanical restraint, detailed information regarding a post-incident notification to parents, documentation to be collected from each incident, and details regarding training for school personnel. Parents should be annually informed of this. Policy 5611, removal of student for firearm offenses, and policy 5613, removal of students for assault with weapon offenses. Both policies have been revised to update the New Jersey Department of Education's change of the reporting system from electronic violence and vandalism reporting system to the current reporting system known as Student Safety Data System. Within the policy has been revised to include the language which indicates a superintendent may modify the removal of a general education student on a case-by-case situation and align the regulation guide. Within the regulation portion, definitions have been changed. The definition of removal was removed as there is no definition of removal in statute or administrative code. The definition of suspension was removed as it is not used in the policy or regulation guide. The definition of expulsion was removed as there is no accurate definition of expulsion in statute or administration code. Some minor revisions were made to expand the definition of school buildings and school grounds to incorporate multiple definitions, including the administrative code. Policy 5842, equal access of student organizations. We would like to change the wording to an application for permission to meet on school premises shall be made to the school administration instead of the board. Policy 5850, social events and class trips. After the sentence of a student who demonstrates disregard for school rules may summarily be denied participation in social events and class trips. We would like to add after that sentence, monies previously provided by the student in this instant may be refunded and will be considered on a case-by-case situation by the school administration. Now we'll move on to item 2. Second reading first occurred on May 5th. All those policies following, policy 1581, 2422, 3421.13, policy 4421.13, policy 72413, 8210, 8220, 8462. Again, those are the second reading. Item number 3 is just one reading, no changes, it's just for review. In item 4, which again we already spoke about, abolishing policy 5860, which is safety patrol. We always said we could come back to it later on if we needed it. I also would like to bring to everyone's attention that the policy committee has now finished the review of the entire 5000 series, and we are up to date with Strauss Esme. So that's a very good thing.
Wow.
So I move that we approve item number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I heard
Thank
Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any discussion points from the board? Ms. Mullen?
I have, I would like, I don't know how we do this, but I would like the policy committee, and I can send them specific concerns, regarding the use of physical restraint and seclusion for students with disabilities. I'm concerned about the prone, which is totally out of, that would require a doctor's note according to this policy, but the Department of Education says no prone. I can't see a reason to ever use prone. But my concern is beyond that, that most of our students with significant disabilities, we send a lot of these students out to private schools. So although we have these, I think there needs to be some communication or some way we can add to the policy that we get copies of theirs, that go to our parents of kids we're sending to the district, and some way that we get notified, not just the parents, we get notified when any of these restraints or seclusions are used to our child study team or case manager. So we're not kept out of that loop. So we don't find out when we go to the IEP meeting at the end of the year that there was 5 this and 3 that, and we're doing this or we're doing that, that I think there needs to be some communication and collaboration. So, so I'm anti-prone, and I'm trying to figure out how we can make sure, beyond getting the parents notified, that case managers are notified, administration, that there's some sort of compilation of this information, and that the parents do get a copy of the district we're sending the students to of their policies, which they need to have.
Go ahead.
And the other one was 5611. There was a insert of the superintendent can override, but I believe it's a mandatory 1 year. So I don't think that one allows the superintendent to have any flexibility to minimize that. But with 5613, they do. They have flexibility in what is, what the situation is. But 5611 says it's mandatory 1 year removal. And then there was the added superintendent can mitigate that, or however it was worded. It's hard to bring things up on the agenda screen, the things, but those were the two, 5561 and the 5611. So.
Dr. McLaughlin or Ms. Delapoulou, do you have anything on that?
The only thing I'd say is if Ms. Mullen can send us some of her suggestions, particularly for the restraint and seclusion, it's first reading, so we can certainly look what we could do to incorporate that.
Perfect.
I like the added district piece in particular, with the notification.
Oh,
great idea. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Great, thorough work. Any other discussion points? So we have a motion and we have a second. May we have roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
yeah.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sano,
Yes.
Ms. Riveros,
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. Dr. Sano, would you please provide us with an update on this committee and lead the agenda items, please?
Yes, we met on June 2nd. Mr. Smith has covered a number of the items that we discussed in his report. I will hit some of the other ones that he did not. We received an update on the Belmont Avenue project. As of our meeting, the windows were 70% done. The flooring had been completed on the 3rd floor, moving down to the 2nd floor. The painting started. Mr. Gomes was able to negotiate a significantly smaller price for that item, saving the district about $70,000. So that was wonderful. Yeah, the roof will be last, and as of that meeting, they anticipated being able to move all of the administrative offices, as we previously discussed, into the Belmont Avenue building. So that was a welcome update. I wish we could go and see the changes. The high school serving line is being replaced, as well as freezer and ovens due to a cafeteria fund surplus. So some upgrades there. We did do some discussion of, we kind of had our, we had our budget meeting last month, and approved based on funding that is no longer available. So the funding was cut. We had some very preliminary discussions of what compromises we might have to make. Mrs. Mullen asked Mr. Gomes about the condition of our roofs, because that was an item that came up as a possible that might come off of the table, and he assured her that while there was a small area of the high school that needed patch, they were in overall good shape. So that was a great question and answer. I think I only have one more thing to we did receive slightly increased ESSA and IDEA funding. I won't just repeat the numbers, but it comes out to about $117,000. So while some of our funding was decreased from our last meeting, we did find out that some was increased. So that's a little bit of good news. Okay, so I would like to move under finance and facilities that the board approves the following resolutions, numbers 1 through 15.
Second.
Okay, so Dr. Sainer moved the motion and Ms. Viveros second. Are there any discussion points from board members? I see none.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Dr. Sainer, you're
Yes.
going to ask your
I'm going to ask myself a question. No, I had a question for Mr. Smith. I noticed in the check register that there was a charge for PSAT, NMS.
Yes, the fee for October when they
It was okay. I was just checking on that. I know we had been scheduled to give the SAT to.
Did I answered you today? I thought in an email.
Oh, I missed this. I apologize, but thank you for saying it in public. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Rosales.
Yes. Thank you all. For old business, I do have an item. Any other board members have items for old business that were not forwarded to us in advance? None? Okay. So I would like to clarify and set for the record that the committee meetings were temporarily stopped as a result of COVID-19 as a collaborative effort to ensure the safety of our community. Should you have any questions regarding the transparency of this decision, please refer back to the email titled Board Meetings Pending, dated Monday, March the 30th, 2020, that I sent out in forwarding Dr. McLaughlin's message to the board, which was also discussed at the table during our April regular meeting. Okay. New business. We have 4 agenda items under new business. I'm not sure who requested them, as I don't remember at this very moment, but the first one is committee meetings. Was that you, Dr. Sainer?
Yes, that was me. There seems to be, I don't know, some committees are sending their minutes as a piece of information. Other committees are presenting, and every committee is presenting at the board meeting. I was wondering if using our, we operate using the Google system. I was wondering if using Google folders would be a more efficient way to share that information as a board, with each committee chair being responsible for writing the minutes, checking, having them sort of internally approved by the committee, so that, as we all do, and then they could be placed into a finance and facilities folder, or a curriculum folder, or community relations folder, so that any other board member not on that committee could then read the minutes at their leisure. Ms. Grisales and I attended a presidents and vice presidents of Morris County Roundtable, and this was mentioned as a way that some other districts handle the distribution of minutes and sharing of information.
Any thoughts from board members in regards to that suggestion?
Ms. Grisales?
I see Ms. Royce, yes.
I think I've emailed about this, about my concern about committee being, and I hope that we can get some guidance from Mr. Crude or from Charlene Peterson at NJSBA, our rep. Committee meetings are not public meetings, specifically because it's not a majority of the board. So you are deliberating, and that word is key, right? You're deliberating and kind of chewing over some topics, but it is the full board that makes that decision. And it is before the full board and the public that we then have discussions to lead to that decision. So if the X committee is having their small group decisions, and then they're drafting this thorough committee minute report that then the full board is reading, that feels and seems to me like a part of the deliberation process that is supposed to occur in public is not occurring in public. So even if we were to repeat everything in public, one, that often doesn't happen. It's boring to repeat everything you just read and you just said in public. I think it takes something away. So if I'm wrong, go for it. But I'm uncomfortable with that process.
So to clarify, Ms. Reese, you're asking if it is adding or deducting from the actual decision-making process by providing minutes ahead of time.
Right, those are supposed to be internal for the committee, and the committee chair is as far as I understand, is supposed to report to the full board, and then the full board is supposed to discuss. Okay, I think it's a lot of kind of behind the closed door, so to speak, going on if these committee minutes are being shared.
Mr. Miller, and then Ms. Mullen, please. And then I think Mr. Crude has something to say.
I think that part of the discussion that we had is because we want to know what's going on with the board. And as board members, you really don't always know, some of the things and we hear sometimes from the public. I thought that what was being asked before having the minutes of what went on was useful for people to understand what was going on in the other pieces, keeping in mind that this was going to be mentioned in public when we would have our meeting. I know in our committee, at least, we're not making any decisions. We're just gathering information and giving it back to people. So if we're giving it to the public, why can't we give it to the board?
Okay. Ms. Mullen?
Yes, I've been attending a lot of those webinars, the NJSBA, and they had one on best practices for effective committees. And I believe they recommended that we do get they actually have a format. They think everybody should be using the same form to take their minutes. And I believe they recommended everybody getting them prior to the meeting. So if you had any questions, you could contact individuals on that committee, or just submit your questions to them before you present it to the board. I believe that was one of the practices they recommended.
Awesome, Ms. Mullen. Would you be able to share that form with me, and then I'll share it with the full board for consideration?
We've had that form given to us multiple times. But
good. It's the same form we already have.
I will send it again. Yes.
Perfect. Ms. Ruiz, 1 second, please. Ms. Nutting?
Just like Linda was saying, yes, that form has been sent out to us multiple times. And I think it's actually better practice for our board to get the information. So the element of surprise of when somebody else is asking a question, you're properly prepared to answer those questions.
Perfect. Good point, Ms. Nutting. Anything else? Mr. Crew, did you have a hand up before Ms. Ruiz?
No, I was just going to say that actually Ms. Mullen and Ms. Nutting
Answered.
pretty much said what I was going to say, that
Thank
it's
you.
up to the board, but certainly many boards do share their minutes internally with all the board members so that everybody knows what's happening in the committee.
Perfect. Ms. Ruiz?
Yes, the form being the same for everyone, it is a practice we had. Certainly when I was chair, we used it on policy and every other, so I don't know if everybody used it, but I certainly have used it. The questions are supposed to be answered by the administration, not by the board. So if our questions are supposed to be directed to the president, who then invites the administrators to answer, and those questions are sent ahead of time. So certainly having the minutes ahead of time allows you to formulate those questions. It's just that it risks that, I ask the question, it's answered, it's all done via email, and by the time we get to the table, you just vote yes and go. So that's the risk. And while yes, keep minutes, I don't. The board has no priority over the public in having information unless it's confidential executive session information or information we need to study beforehand. But if you are going to give a report on a policy, you can give that report to the board at the same time as the public gets it. You don't need to receive it a day before, a week before, whatever it is. So, but if Ms. Nutting and Ms. Mullen are saying that that this is not what they learned at their trainings, then I must be mistaken, because I thought I learned something different, but I'm likely wrong if they're both in agreement. So,
Dr. Sanya?
I don't think this has to be mutually exclusive. I don't think that a committee keeping minutes and sharing them with the rest of the board, we could certainly, it's a slippery slope. We could start to leave things out. We could start to shorten. Mr. Miller did not shorten his report. For the record, he did not. Every syllable, just kidding. But I think we just need, as a board, to commit to doing what we did tonight, which is reading the full report for the benefit of the public. And for, it's possible that someone not on a particular committee may not have time to pre-read the committee minutes. So I don't think those two views have to be opposing.
Ms. Nutting, did I see your hand up again? Yes.
Yes, for Ms. Ruiz, for me, it would be beneficial, and I do know the administration is supposed to answer the questions, but if I'm giving the report with the administration helping me, saying, hey, you missed out, maybe elaborate on this little area, that actually works. So when I do give the report and anybody else in the board actually has a question, the administration is also prepared with those questions because they also have access to those minutes.
So my suggestion, and see if we can kind of close this topic, is I don't know in what format the form was provided, but if it's sent to me, I can try to make it into a Google format, so that way we can have it, and each committee could have a folder like Dr. Sanya was suggesting, and whenever board members have time and want to before the board meeting, they will go there to look at that and have access to it, which will then be read exactly or reported exactly as is in that Google form to the public. If everyone is in agreement with that, we could move forward and kind of establish that practice for our board. Okay, cool. I just wanted one more clarification in regards to the chair, or the role of the chair. It is important that the chair can delegate the minutes. You can take turns. It's not only the responsibility of the chair, it's the whole committee. So it is important for you to know that it can be delegated if needed, right? Obviously, if the chair is not there, then someone else has to do it, right? Okay, all right. Thank you for that good discussion. New business number 2, board retreat and goal setting. So I wanted to make sure, and actually it's kind of old business in a way, because we've tried to talk about it last month, and we've brought it up a little bit in different situations, but all board members expressed agreement to conduct a board self-evaluation. There was a little bit of a difference in when to do it. Some expressed desire to complete it now, right, at the end of the school year, and a few said that they wanted to do it after or the organizational meeting. Since there was no majority opinion, it is important that we decide tonight what we need to do, because the time is kind of running out. And we need to discuss any points, regarding that. I provided a link via email for guidance through NJSBA resources for your reference. I hope that you all had the chance to review it. If we also hold a board retreat this summer, right, it is best to complete a board self-evaluation in the next few weeks. And it's a very similar process to what we have now encountered with the CSA performance evaluation. Our field representative, Charlene, I think I emailed this to you as well, is available for a board retreat in July, and I provided you the dates of her availability. For the board retreat, we will include a review of our board self-evaluation as per her recommendation, Charlene Peterson, a goal process development, and any training topics that we feel we need, which I heard a few today. So can we have a discussion in regards to the board self-evaluation and board retreat? Mr. Miller.
I think that will be great. I'm captive. I'm not going anywhere this summer. So whatever date you pick, I guess it's going to be an evening, I'm assuming.
We could, she said evening, she said during the day, she said whenever we want her on those dates, she will make it happen. If we wanted a Saturday, she didn't think we would want a Sunday, but she could make it happen if needed.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think we definitely need to do the board about self-evaluation, because that will help us talk about that. But part of the goal setting, we really have to align with and have our discussion to finalize our vision and mission. We had it, but we still had a few words that we weren't too sure of that we need to kind of finalize in that process.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. So,
Ms. Gonzalez, yeah.
Tia, Mrs. Nutting has a, sorry.
Yep, Ms. Nutting.
Knowing that our meeting has to be a public meeting, and being it virtual, it's a little bit harder to do so. So it would be best to kind of plan it towards the end of July to try to see if we can, or when are we opening up to have one with our community.
So you mean to try to schedule it towards the end of July in the hopes that we can do the board retreat in person?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Ruiz?
I was wondering if Dr. Sainer would be willing to do one of her handy dandy doodle polls for us so we can find a good date. And if we might consider an outdoor board retreat so that, maybe I would be on Zoom since I'm clearly more exposed than the rest of you may be. But so that we have some fresh air and actually see each other. Part of the board retreat purpose is to create cohesion, which is difficult with this virtual world.
Good suggestion. I would ask Ms. Charlene, Ms. Peterson, see her comfort level in regards to that. And I will follow up with that. Remember, July gets hot, so. Okay.
And so.
Mr. Miller, thank you.
So the agenda items that we would want for the board retreat, we talked about some of those. I know there was a recommendation on discussing Robert's rules and how we can better collaborate. Not saying that we're not doing that, but just to see if we can do it better. Is this the opportunity to bring up another idea for discussion based on social media?
Yes, yes. May we, before we do that, may we have a consensus on, so Dr. Sainer will do her doodle poll and we'll pick the time and date. And everyone is in agreement that we will do the board self-evaluation before that? right? Ms. Catano, Ms. Viveros, right? Is everyone in agreement? Okay, perfect. And then let's talk about training topics and which training topics would we want to. And this would be, Mr. Miller, a good time because I would need to inform Ms. Peterson.
Okay, because I wanted to bring this up because this is something that had happened, and that made me think that we needed to have this discussion, because what we post in social media can be looked at in many different ways. And especially as board members, and I know that as board members, you can put the disclaimer that says that this is your personal opinion and not the opinion of the board. But as we all know, it's not apparent to most people when they see these things. They see you as the board member, and they think that, you know, what you're saying is what you really believe, and that's fine. But sometimes the message portrays other things that can be misleading. And so there was a post from a board member basically not wanting to have the police in our schools, our SRO officers. And there was a caricature entitled Bullies in Blue. And it depicted a police officer, and it is very alarming to see those pictures arresting students as young as 6 years old. And when you kind of see that together, I get that, because in some places of the country, they're not doing it right. Something is obviously wrong. But when you see it coupled with a Dover board member, people start to think, is that happening in our schools? So when I had seen part of that in the text, I hadn't seen the posting of that on social media at the time. I called Dr. McLaughlin just to make sure, did we have any issues? Was there something that happened that, you know, wasn't aware of? And he said, no, everything was perfectly fine.
So Mr.
And I know
Miller,
that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to kind of, so are you saying that this should be a part of a training topic for this board retreat? And if so, what would be the training to discuss or to turn?
The use of social media, because of how it can be misinterpreted be interpreted in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
And when you look at this, you know, we contract out the officers through our school district and their employees, and it sends a lot of mixed messages.
Okay.
And causes bad feelings in the community. So that's why I want us to really talk about how can we come together on a consensus on social media so that we're not hurting ourselves in what we're trying to do and bring cohesion to the board and the community.
Thank you. So that's another to consider, dear board members. Is there any other training topics that you want to put out on the table so we can kind of vote and decide on or discuss on? Yes, Ms. Mullen.
Can we wait to see how we do in our board evaluation to see what our needs are, where we're missing some of it? And the social media, you know, the school boards have done awesome things on the social media and the posting, and they have one on the effective board communication. It's not as hard as you can do. I watched that webinar, and it goes through the different rules, Robert's rules, and the other options. And so I don't know. How about we do our evaluation and then kind of see?
So I think it's good. Great suggestion. I think it's good to also wait. I wanted an opportunity for everyone to kind of, you know, bring up topics that they have seen, you know, in the last few months that they would like to see. So if no one objects to those two, we will put it on there and kind of wait for the self-evaluation as well. Ms. Ruiz?
Thanks. I would concur with Ms. Mullen. We've had social media training ad nauseum. Case law has been settled and resettled, that board members do not lose their First Amendment rights, and they that they can express themselves in public on social media however they wish. So I'm not sure what the goal would be. I know that I'm a certified board member. I've been to those trainings a gazillion times. I'm the board member that posted on social media. It wasn't a caricature. It was a American Civil Liberties Union factual statistical report on police abuse against youth as young as 6 years old all over the country. So it's, you know, I'm not, I don't speak for the board except at this board table. And only because Mr. Miller brought in my personal posts am I addressing them now. So I think that the board retreat is an opportunity for us to address things like Robert's Rules of Order, which has been used for hundreds of years. It's efficient, it's reported, it's recommended by the New Jersey School Boards Association. A lot of us are new. Goal setting is important, climate studies, the role of the board versus the role of the superintendent. That's always a little dicey. You know, we saw that today with graduation. So I think that it can be a long, fruitful meeting, and that we can decide really from our evaluations, you know, what we need for this board.
Perfect, thank you. Dr. Sainer?
Ms. Ruiz just brought up a point, and Mr. Miller mentioned that Mine Hill was doing their strategic plan. That is something we should be doing along with the climate study. So can I add those to our potential list or our possible list of trainings or topics that we may want to discuss at the board retreat?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Miller.
I just want to mention that I did not mention any particular board member when I was talking about this. And my concern, especially from a community relations perspective, is that some of these social media posts can really cause trouble for a school district when it appears that there's policy making in social media. And that's what it comes out, that's what it looks like from people when they read it. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. I did not point the finger at any person.
I didn't hear that.
But no, I think what was said was that I pointed out the person. I did not point out the person that mentioned a name.
No, I heard point out the topic or point out the situation.
So I just wanted to make sure that was clear that I think we should have an honest discussion about it, and so that we can, you know, be together in working these decisions, or if there are concerns, we do it together as a board, not through social media.
Mr. Kurt, is there anything legally that you would see important adding here in regards to posting and things like that? Not specific to the board retreat, but to the topic and discussion?
No, I think specific to I think the idea of a full discussion of social media, and I appreciate it's probably been done before, but there are different programs and different things that can be talked about. I think that is certainly an appropriate thing for the board to address at the retreat or at any other time, to have training and discussion about social media. I agree with Ms. Ruiz's statement that board members do not lose their First Amendment rights when they become a board member, but there are some restrictions and the need sometimes for disclaimers and things like that. But having said that, there's just a general discussion and awareness of social media, and the fact that there are other ethics rules that, you know, the board members should all be aware of, and just be careful that they don't do anything to compromise the board in making their presentation.
Thank you. Okay, so our next steps is to wait for the doodle poll from Dr. Sainer, and then I will start the board self-evaluation process. I believe I need to do that on my end, and then we'll kind of get it going. Hopefully, we're going to have a quick turnaround as well as we did for the CSA. All right, so be on the lookout for that. Thank you. The other topic was climate survey, and this I did not know who requested it to be on the board. If we could have a discussion on climate study and what climate survey.
Ms. Grisales?
Yes, Ms. Ruiz.
To my knowledge, certainly not since I've been on the board, has our school district had a climate study. And again, that's a recommendation from the New Jersey School Boards Association, supported by the New Jersey Department of Education, which allows for all members of the community, parents, educators, guardians, students, taxpayers, everyone to provide input. And it allows, it's not perfect, of course, but it allows, for example, I have no idea. I know what our relationship is with our administration, which is a very positive, fruitful relationship. I don't know what the relationship is between the administrator and the educators, or the educators and the administrators and the janitor staff, right? You know, what is the culture in our school? How do our educators treat our students? And a climate study really allows you to kind of peel back those things that folks may not be willing to say publicly, and really address any challenges that you may have in a way that formal surveys where you have to give your name, or public discussions where you might have to do public speaking would not allow. So I encourage our board to encourage our administration to have a climate study, and that may be something we can learn more about and discuss either in our regular sessions or in a board retreat, or maybe in a committee with the administration. You know, wherever it happens. Yeah. It is something I think for this board to explore, and it's something the NJSBA recommends that boards explore.
Okay. Any thoughts on that and the timing of it right now? Would that be something that we can undertake? Mr. Miller?
I was thinking, you know, I think it's always a good thing to do. I know there were a number, we did a lot of outreach with the community initially on like a superintendent search, and I know that the superintendent's office had feedback survey data from teachers and how they were feeling with the new administration. So there are pieces of it, and I think once we get back to a normal operation, I think that would be the perfect time to do that, and maybe make it an annual thing, because you always want to see, you know, are we getting better?
Dr. McLaughlin or Ms. Delapoux, do you have anything to add to that climate study and what it would look like, or timing of it?
I think if it comes up at the retreat, it'd be a good topic to talk about what it would look like, the timing of it, you know, and what some of the best practices are surrounding, you know, how to do the climate study.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other comments for this agenda item? Okay, so number 4, Dr. McLaughlin?
Yes. So I know that there's been conversations among the board and support for the idea of a rededication of our high school library, which is already dedicated to Mr. William Schuler, but unfortunately, it's not well known. And even Mr. Schuler's daughter-in-law has shared the anecdote that's often said at the high school about the mystery man, whose picture hangs in the library because unfortunately Mr. Schuler's name was never attached to the portrait that's up there. It's a great time, as you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, as we recognize the significant dedication that he provided to the town of Dover to, I believe, once we're back in session and we can have people there to rededicate the library to his memory, to promote the fact that the library is in fact the High School Media Center named for him, to install a plaque above the library itself and also next to his portrait. So I think having his family and other members of the community who are connected to him and his service would be great to do. And if the board is supportive of that, we can go about making preparations and be ready for that with the new school year.
Perfect. Any thoughts from the board in regards to that? Mr. Miller?
I think it's a wonderful idea because you're right. I don't think folks really understand the history there. And I've had the opportunity to serve with Mr. Schuler, and he knew exactly what was going on everything. He could tell you the whole history going way back. And when you look at the plaques that were out there on the dedication of the high school and you see all those names, you know, he's one of those individuals that was there for everything, you know, before, you know, the high school, you know, was built, all of that. So I think it's a wonderful idea, and it's great for the students to understand the history of the folks that really dedicated their lives to help build, education in the school district as it is now.
If I may add, I don't know if this is possible, but one of the things that I learned, his family has very great quotes about him. And so it would be wonderful, as Mr. Miller is saying, for the students to really be able to read something, maybe a little story narrative, something, about him and his quotes and when he used, how he communicated, from what I got from Mr. Bill Schuler, the son, in regards to, his humor and his comfort, being very comfortable as a public speaker. So it would be great to get some input from the family in regards to that, if possible. Ms. Ruiz and then Dr. Sainer, please.
I just want to share that I didn't have the opportunity to know Mr. Schuler as well as I know his son. And of course, I've said before, Frau Schuler is one of my favorite teachers when I was a student. But I got a chance to know him through social media, through the caregivers at the Grand, and I forgot the full name of it, but the nursing home downtown. What's that?
Regency Grand.
Regency Grand. Thank you, Mr. Miller. When we were grieving publicly about Mr. Schuler's passing, I met a bunch of young people on Twitter who were like, "Oh my God, no way! I loved him." So even then, he was making people laugh and giving people joy and connecting with the youth, from Board of Education all the way to nursing home. So I just applaud our efforts to celebrate a person who has earned as much, if not more, than he has given to our community.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sainer.
I really liked your idea about the anecdote, especially since the family has so many stories. And I was wondering, maybe they could identify a particular educational issue that he was most passionate about that could kind of lead them to that story.
Thank you all. This was important. I hope the family feels the love and appreciation that this board has for Mr. Schuler and their family. They've contributed a lot. Okay, are there any other new business discussion points that were not sent ahead of time? None? None? Okay. All right, we're going to move forward to our second public comment section. The board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters. To ensure a fair and orderly expression of such comment, each statement shall be held to a time period of 3 minutes. Public comment shall be entertained for approximately 30 minutes upon the discretion of this presiding officer. Since this meeting is a virtual meeting occurring during the COVID-19 crisis, public comment has been solicited through a Google form on the district website, dover-nj.org. Mr. Crude, I have a question. Since one of the comments ran out of time and it was agenda items, would I be, I'm thinking of finishing that comment up in this section as if they were to come up in a second time.
That's fine. That's
no problem with that, correct?
That's within your discretion.
Okay, perfect.
Ms. Grisales,
Yes.
before we go into the comments, because I just brought up the sheet, the very final comment there, and I know we have a little while before we get to it, maybe I could ask Mr. Crute to take a look at it and to provide us an opinion, because I think it might conflict with the guidelines that we have for public comment.
Mr. Crute, you have access to the Google form, correct?
I will try to do that.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Sainer, you ready?
Yeah, we're going to go back. Is it okay to start with the agenda items first? Okay.
Yes.
The first one is Matia Mendoza. Do you want me to read that one?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Have you seen Sam Morris's comment in Facebook? I'm sure you had. I don't understand why you are not doing anything about it. Our kids deserve your cooperation, and more than that, you show your respect and mostly your love to them. Do what is right. Don't be lazy. You have done it to get your stuff from students. Now do it for them as they were your own kids. No matter what it takes, please give them a ceremony we all want. The next one is Miss, I'm sorry, I always mess up her name, Rosie Huzadi.
You want me to read that one? Yes, my turn. So from Rosie Outsi, I can't say it either.
Yeah.
I apologize. I want to show my appreciation to all the teachers and staff for completing the school year. Now, when are you going to prepare a plan to run the school for the fall? I would like to hear about the plan for special needs. And on a slightly different topic, I just want to point out that Mrs. Ruiz needs to stop her fiasco. She has to remember that she is there to serve the community, not her personal goals. Our whole purpose is to improve the community for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ruiz, I'm sorry, Ms. Grisales, the next one, do you remember where you left off?
Yes, I do. Okay. So the last sentence was, there is a pattern of behavior here. And this is from Dr. Ernest Pelestis. There's a pattern of behavior here. They sent fancy thank you, unquote, videos to our teachers. At the same time, they're undermining the very same teachers that they pretend to appreciate. Hypocrisy, anyone? Wait, this scandal gets even worse. An entire department at Dover High School was thrown under the bus by a current officer of the board, the vice president. We have a major scandal on our hands. Let me close by indicating that my review of every Dover Board of Education email provides evidence that the Board of Education members did not participate in this pattern of unethical behavior. Each other Board of Education member appears to be sincere, honest, and an individual of integrity. Nor has any member of our standing central office team participated in this unethical behavior. How would they know what was going on? The emails were secret. After all, as I explained during a previous public comment, the vice president, president, and the political boss targeted their emails to select group of board members. The central office staff were also cut off from some email. Our administrators were cut out of the communication on purpose. The secret email campaign of the vice president, president, and the political boss was designated to deceive and then control the board. This unethical campaign was not a series of mistakes. Over the period of 1 full year, the pattern of bad behavior has been documented by the 3 board members themselves. They never thought that an outsider like me would obtain and read the emails. They never thought that the public would find out. Our residents deserve a board of education that is ethical. Our students and staff deserve a board of education that is ethical. The members of the board who were not involved in this scandal deserve a board of education that is ethical. The vice president, president, and their political boss must resign tonight.
Okay, the next one is Claudia Galoza. Do not remove the police officers from the Dover schools. They are very important for the safety, well-being of the schools. My children and their friends feel safe with their presence in the high school, and they have a very good relation with the officers and want them in the school. It gives them confidence being able to go to school knowing that they are there and only a moment away to assist. Ms. Grisales, the next one that we did not read was Mr. Coniglio.
I got it. Mr. Coniglio. My name is John Coniglio, and I am a teacher at North Dover and the president of the Dover Education Association. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. McLaughlin, Ms. Dallapaloo, the central office staff, all staff members in Dover, and this board for the way that the COVID-19 situation was handled in our Dover schools. Information was given to staff members on a weekly basis via Google Meets, and input was always asked from the staff during each meeting and throughout this pandemic. I applaud the district for following the governor's guidelines and for not rushing or forcing things to happen. As we all know, COVID has hit our town extremely hard. And as much as things may be different in other towns or districts, the safety of our community and staff here in Dover was always the #1 concern, and I am thankful for that approach. As we now approach the summer months and prepare for whatever September will look like, I am very confident our leadership will continue to make decisions that are in the best interest of everyone involved in our Dover family. Thank you for all of your efforts.
The next one is from Caitlin Pinedo. I am a senior student at Dover High School this year. I am speaking for the rest of the student body in regards to this year's graduation. Unfortunately, due to the current crisis, our graduation had been virtual due to the pandemic that drastically struck the town of Dover. Upon talking with my peers, we personally feel that there is something more the faculty may do to recognize those moving on to their next step after Dover High School. In doing so, we suggest that there may be a drive-by graduation, a senior parade, conducting a socially distanced in-person graduation at Hamilton Field, having faculty deliver the diplomas to students, etc. As a student body, we recognize that our town has been greatly impacted by COVID-19, but we are hoping that in the end, we can have a well-organized socially distanced event for the Dover High School class of 2020.
Moving on to the public comments that were not restricted.
And make sure if we just go to it, does it refresh automatically? I want to make sure that we don't miss anything.
Oh, I hope. Maximiliano Ferreira. Originally, I planned this comment to be about pushing the board to seriously consider an in-person graduation, but the mayor of Mine Hill was already facilitated that. Instead, I am here to push one last thing before I officially graduate from DHS, representation. As some of you know, I was one of the student representatives on the board, and I realized that position didn't highlight what it should really be about. It's time the student body of DHS is giving a seat at the table, and it's provided a direct line of communication between them and the board. For too long, we have lost motivation to push change because we've become accustomed to the reality that anything we push for is met with dead ends, obstacles, or plain ignorance. I want to create a way for the student body to directly communicate with the board, unencumbered by administration. The student body, I apologize, it's hard to make sure I'm not skipping a line. The student body throughout the years has lost privileges simply because the actions of a few or hasn't been able to integrate ideas due to fear or lack of motivation. As someone who's tried to represent and fight for my class, it's important to leave behind a secure way for the rest of the student body to speak their minds, free of thinking their ideas will be filtered or neglected. I realize there are many important things as a board you must worry about, but the morale and happiness of students should be a prime concern as well. I want other graduating classes to accomplish things me and my fellow classmates couldn't. Provide them a way to secure those accomplishments and in the process, fix the perception of the board and the student body. I am willing to get the ball rolling in creating this system with the board, a system where my fellow students can be heard and the trust between the student body and the school system can be regained. I've often regretted and doubted myself for not doing enough to fight for the things the student body wanted. This is a way to ensure that the following classes can fight. I've often can fight without fear or doubt. If the board is interested in making this a reality, I'm open to discussing this further with them. Thank you, Maximiliano Ferreira, DHS, Dover High School graduate of 2020.
Okay, the next comment is again from Maria Mendoza, and it's a repeat comment that we just read. So is it okay if I don't read that one?
Correct.
Okay, next one is Karina Arbeles. Good evening to all. I am glad I am able to participate in the meeting, even if it is virtually. I have 3 children that attend 3 of Dover's schools. Oh, I can't read it. It looks like East Dover.
Christina, can you?
Yeah, I can.
You're on the, just go to the next comment. So your name is off of that comment. Yeah, because your name is blocking it.
Oh, you want
your cursor just happens to be there. East Dover Elementary, North Dover, DHS, and I have been a part of the PTA. I have coached sports, been a league board member of a recreational activity, volunteered, etc. I am very committed to this community and to the schools. One of my concerns for this evening is the suggestion that the SRO should be removed from the schools. These officers have been nothing short of incredible. My children feel safe knowing that there is someone with a badge in the school and patrolling outside of the school. There have been many times where kids have been followed by suspicious vehicles, hollered at, and they have run to the SRO and teachers for help. Also, there have been instances, one in particular that I can recall that is recent, where a student brought a knife to school to, quote, show his friends. This was at Academy Street School. What if that had taken a different turn? What if it were some other type of weapon? Who would there who would be there to de-escalate the situation or protect the children. Another one of my concerns is the fact that the last, I'm sorry, it's wider than my screen. Another one of my concerns is the fact that the last Board of Education meeting, it was stated that air conditioning was not needed in the schools. This is a ridiculous thought. I remember being in school at East Dover and Dover Middle School, and there were classrooms with no AC. It was torture. I couldn't concentrate on the lesson at hand due to the heat. One of the teachers would open the windows and have the fans on, but it was no help at all. This day and age, we should not have to put up with that. Our children should not be subjected to this type of torture. Thank you for giving me the time to express my concerns, and I would appreciate clarification on the issues I have expressed concern with.
Next one is Rosana Anastasio. I want to express my opinion on removing the police officers from our school. I am very much against the idea of removing police officers. If we already have issues having the police around, what is going to happen when nobody's there watching our kids? This is a safety for our children in school. We need the police in our schools. I would also like to say that the students need air conditioning in their classes. I know this year they had finished the downstairs floor of East Dover Elementary, but not the second floor. The day we went to see what the kids did in their class, it was so hot that I don't know how those kids could work like that. They didn't even have a fan. Although I don't think a fan would have worked since it would probably blow hot air.
The next comment is from Hubie Fedna. Is there an agenda for STEM within Dover's curriculum? The County College of Morris is building an advanced manufacturing and engineering center. I champion this development due to the current and future job demands within a 15-mile radius. Companies such as Arconic, which is based in Dover, is partnering with CCM in regards to job placement and training. So let's get our kids interested in STEM and show the practicality of such decision. The first step is to break the hamster wheel of generational economic struggle is through practical education. The County College of Morris is an excellent start. Now they are providing a way for a student with minimal resources to gain meaningful employment with just an associate's degree.
Next comment is from Ms. Susan Schauer. As the board is aware by the letter you have received from me, I remain very concerned with the unethical and irresponsible behavior of board member Carol Ruiz. During these extremely sensitive times, we are told by those protesting, like Carol, that our silence is complicity to the wrongdoing. With that said, the BOE members have sat in a quiet publicly while Carol has involved students, contacted students, engaged with students, and invited student involvement in protest. Now in the past. What would the board's position be if a Dover student was involved in a crime during these protests or was injured, arrested, fined, or if by the misrepresentations of Carol Ruiz turned to hate or anger towards the police of Dover? The Dover BOE must make a stand in regard to the overflowing action of Carol Ruiz's personal activism onto her BOE position.
Okay, the next comment is from John Caniglio. Good evening, my name is John Caniglio and I am a teacher at North Dover and the president of the Dover Education Association. I would first like to congratulate our DEA teachers and paraprofessional of the year. The winners this year are Nicole Bonfilio from Academy Street, Willie Carmona and Donna Schrader from East Dover School, John Caniglio from North Dover, John DeRitter from Dover High School, and our paraprofessional of the year is Carmela Fox from East Dover. These staff members were voted on by the Dover teachers and paraprofessionals across the district. Congratulations to all our staff on yet another excellent school year, despite these most unique and difficult times that we currently face. Before I continue with the rest of my comments, I would like to thank former board president Monica Palestis for all of her hard work during her time on the Dover Board of Ed. Thank you for volunteering your time and for dedicating your life to the best profession in the world, the best profession in the entire world, education. Next, I would like to address something that took place at last month's board meeting. During the 3 years that I have been the association president, I have attended nearly every Board of Ed meeting. Even before I was president, I would be a regular attendee at the meetings. Over the years, I have thanked the board many, many times for your tireless efforts and work ethic. I have thanked you on behalf of the association, being that you all volunteer your time to assist us in our efforts to give the children of Dover the best education possible, and we all appreciate that. With that being said, I was one of the many people who were a little surprised when at the last board meeting, a few board members made comments regarding how late it was and that you were trying to persuade one board member to stop speaking because the time was past 11 p.m. I, for one, have advocated in the past to start our board meetings earlier, for example, possibly 7 p.m. I respectfully disagree with the statements that were made last month, which implied that the members of the board should wrap up their comments because it was getting too late in the evening. A little over a year ago, the board decided to reduce the number of meetings per month from 2 to 1. Having said that, more often than not, meetings may run longer than they used to in prior years due to the fact that we now just have the one meeting per month. If the meetings seem to be running longer than anticipated, perhaps a discussion about starting meetings at 7 p.m. could be revisited once again. No member should ever be influenced by others to stop sharing their concerns and ideas due to the length of the meeting. I truly respect your time as board members, as I have stated on many occasions, but I do feel that everyone deserves to be heard when they have something to say. Teachers, paraprofessionals, parents, community members, students, and the Board of Education need to hear the voices of all parties involved to make our schools the absolute best that they can be. Thank you for your hard work this year as always, and I look forward to seeing you all in September.
Okay, we have a comment from Melissa Matarazzo. Hello, my name is Melissa Matarazzo, and I am a teacher at Eastover Elementary School. Even though Monica Palestas no longer sits on the board, I wanted to acknowledge her years of service and dedication to Dover Public Schools. From day one, I knew she would be a valuable asset to our district in so many ways. Not only is she extremely knowledgeable and experienced, but she has the best interests of our district near and dear to her heart. I will miss her presence on the board. And it is my hope that she knows just how much her service to our schools is appreciated. Thank you.
Next comment is from Marie Chacon. I would like to thank the school staff who work distributing lunches to our kids at Academy Street School. The lunches are healthy and helpful to parents by having one less meal to worry about. Thank you to Principal Marion for being there daily with his positive demeanor. Thank you to the lunch lady who has been there every day to meet us with a smile. I would like to thank Ms. Metzger, who has done a fantastic job teaching her 5th grade class and following up with me if something was missing. I would like to thank the board and superintendent for keeping the safety of our kids a priority when deciding if we have a graduation or when we can return to school. With Dover being the highest in COVID-19 infections within Morris County, I am thankful that we all continue to be careful. Where I believe you can do better is the current lack of diversity in who teaches our children. People of color are severely underrepresented. Who does the hiring of the teachers? We need Black and brown teachers in our school. Before approaching you, I took a look at the staff page for each Dover school. Dover High School, out of 78 teachers, there is only 1 Black teacher and maybe 6 other teachers representing minority groups. The middle school has 39 teachers with 0 Black teachers and maybe 3 teachers representing minority groups. North Dover, 51 teachers, 1 Black teacher, and maybe 6 other teachers representing minority groups. Academy Street has 39 teachers with 0 Black teachers, and maybe 2 other teachers representing minority groups. Our kids, meaning all kids, need to see Black and brown teachers as role models. We need to do better. We need our school staff representation to be as diverse as our children. Thank you.
Okay. We have a comment from Dr. Ernest Palestas. Open, in quotes, public session. As a result of my Oprah request in January of 2020, I believe that there is evidence that violations of the Code of Ethics for Board of Education members may have taken place. Unlike the vice president, president, and political boss of this board, I will not reveal the name of any staff member who was named in the secret emails. I value privacy, professionalism, and the Code of Ethics. Okay, listen very, very, very carefully. Ask yourself if this is wrong. Ask yourself if this appears like a violation of the Code of Ethics. The current president of this board is well over 1,000 emails. See Ethics Code. Conducted specific conversations with the current vice president about staff members. Questioned the qualifications of a teacher. Discussed a staff member who was involved in a Donaldson hearing. Discussed administrative staff. The current vice president of this board, in her hundreds of emails, see Ethics Code, Discussed a staff member with the words, "I am concerned." Discussed an entire department at Dover High School with these words, quote, "Speaking for myself in my years of experience as both a teacher and parent in Dover, the ... department generally needs new ideas and professional development," close quote. In other emails, she discussed teachers. In other emails, she discussed administrators. Finally, in another email, she revealed the names of the final 2 candidates for the position of superintendent of schools. The political boss of the board, who has clearly surrendered her judgment to various special interest / political groups, see ethics code, in her hundreds of emails. Advocated and provided information on behalf of several special interest political groups, urged 2 new board members to act in a certain way on behalf of special interest political group, questioned the qualifications of a current administrator. Is she a Dover Board of Education member or a lobbyist on behalf of special interest political groups? Is this okay with the innocent members of the board? How can you sit at meetings and say nothing? When will you stop your enabling behavior? Is this okay with our staff in the New Jersey Education Association? Will you defend your teachers? Is this okay with our administrators and the Principals and Supervisors Association? Will you defend your members? This horrible behavior by the Vice President, President, and their political boss is not, all in capitals, okay with me. I served as a superintendent of schools for 27 years. I can assure you that I never, all capitals, observed anything like this. There are 6 other Dover Board of Education members. When will you speak up? When will you defend our school district? Honestly, I don't think that you will do a single thing to discipline your 3 out of control board members. This is why I say Dr. Sainer, Ms. Grisales, and Ms. Ruiz must resign tonight. Our residents deserve an ethical board of education. Our staff deserve an ethical board of education. Our students deserve an ethical board of education.
The next comment, I'll read the 2 together if that's okay. They're both Angela Ramos Gama. I would like to express our gratitude to the teachers and staff of the Dover School District, and as you, we miss and our kids miss each of you. We are supporting, we are supporting complete Mr. T.C. McCourt for the open seat at BOE. If we continue virtual learning in September, our special children will be beneficial, have their classes everyday virtual, no classwork, please. We appreciate all the work you do as a board, but definitively Mrs. Ruiz shall not forget she is representing our children's education and shall be a role model. As one, we don't agree with her personal agenda because that influence in children's perspectives, with all the respect, the board member, Mrs. Ruiz, shouldn't be always looked up to for attention and work for the well-being of all students. Thank you and have a nice summer. Board members, please try to do your best effort to let the kids have a physical graduation. 8th graders and high schools lived an extremely traumatic experience with isolation because of the COVID, and they tried their best with the classwork. They deserve your support. Be the best memories between this crisis.
A comment from Felipe Davila. Today's students are experiencing record levels of depression and anxiety and many forms of trauma. According to the Centers for Disease and Prevention, the suicide rate among children ages 10 to 17 increased by 70% between 2006 and 2016. Approximately 72% of children in the US will have experienced at least one major stressful event, such as witnessing violence, experiencing abuse, or experiencing the loss of a loved one before the age of 18. School counselors, nurses, social workers, and psychologists are frequently the first to see children who are sick, stressed, or traumatized, especially in low-income districts. The benefits of investing in mental health services are clear. Schools with such services see improved attendance rate, better academic achievement, and higher graduation rates, as well as lower rates of suspension, expulsion, and other disciplinary incidents. Data shows that the presence of school-based mental health providers not only improves outcomes for students, but can also improve overall school safety. By contrast, there is no evidence that increased police presence in schools improves school safety. Indeed, in many cases, it causes harm. When in schools, police officers do what they are trained to do, which is detain, handcuff, and arrest. This leads to greater student alienation and more threatening school climate.
The next comment is Melissa Grajales. Kindergarten didn't have graduation at all, just lawn signs will be a way will be at least a way to celebrate them, but we didn't receive anything. We as parents want to keep police in our schools. Police is a role model for our children, and we must teach time to respect the authority. Please don't remove police officers. The next comment is in Spanish, Ms. Ruiz.
Excuse me, is our live feed is still good and everything is working, Brian?
No, it went down. I'm trying to bring it back up right now.
Good evening, buenas noches a todos. Board members, please make sure you're all on mute and
So that's the beginning. Should we take a small recess and wait for the live to come back?
Is it still being recorded at least?
It's still being recorded.
Okay.
Okay, good. So we can move forward then and then we play it, right?
I don't care. I was just checking to make sure it was being recorded. I could certainly use a 5-minute break.
It's probably a good idea to break and try to get it back running, because the board meeting itself is supposed to be,
Supposed to be
broadcast live in public.
Correct. So we don't, when we take a recess, is everyone in agreement to take a quick recess? Yes, everyone agree? Okay, perfect.
Aye.
Okay. All right, Mr. Miller is laughing. We all need it, right?
Wait, so we're not logging off, right? We're just.
Correct.
And 5 minutes? 5 minutes?
Brian, hopefully. Yep, 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you all. What an awesome board member, Mr. Smith. You should bring him every time.
Does that mean we're unfrozen?
It seems to me they're still trying to get the live feedback up. So let's wait for Carol. Thank you all for your
Well, this is a good way for me to lose weight because I didn't have any snacks with me here. I have nothing.
You had 5 minutes, Scott. You had
I know,
options.
I'm really messing up now.
No.
You may have 6 minutes, Scott. I say go for it.
Don't disappear on me, please. Oh. Did we lose Miss Catano? Oh, no. Okay, I see her. Okay. Does everyone know that this is yay in ASL? I know I've said that before, right? So it's not weird. I want to say it in public. Yay. Often I end up going, thank you, and people think I'm blowing kisses at them, but it's thank you.
You were talking, Diana, and then you didn't pop on my screen. I only see the 9 of you.
So
We
Mr.
may have gone live now.
Mr. Crute, no, I don't think we are. We're having trouble.
So live, it just popped up, it said live, that's why I mentioned that.
It said that
No.
before, yeah.
It's not letting me take out the old streaming.
Jim, the other thing we could potentially
Can you start?
try is another Zoom link, but I don't know. I can't guarantee that that's going to
Yeah.
work, but that's potentially another.
So, Mr. Crute, let me ask you, this is being recorded right now. It continues to be recorded as we're having these discussions. Can we proceed in your opinion, or should, because we have several more comments to go, and of course the board does have another executive session that they're planning to have. So what would be your recommendation to us?
Well, I think we could certainly do the executive session because it seems that we are able to communicate amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't, and particularly because it happens to be a time sensitive item. So we'll have to do the best we can and do a motion to go into executive session.
Hold on, Drew. Aren't we on a public feed? So like at any time somebody could hop in?
Sorry.
No, we'll have to switch to the executive session.
Yeah.
Dr. Sainer.
Yeah, I don't know if I get it for voting on this, but we do have a few public comments left to read, even if they're not live, and someone who sent in a comment very late before, they were shut off. I would like them to be able to watch the video and see if there isn't a response or not from an administrator. I don't feel comfortable not reading the final comments.
Yeah, there's two ways you could go, and I think that's fine. We just got to do the best we can. We're in a virtual meeting situation. We're having technical difficulties. So in my opinion, that's probably the best way to proceed. The good thing is that we've conducted all the resolutions for the evening already. And that, in terms of taking board action publicly, that's been done. So under these unusual circumstances, If the board wishes to proceed with the public comments being recorded so that they will be posted on the district website later, I would say that's okay. I mean, the alternative would be to read the comments at the next meeting, but then that's over a month away.
No, I
So-
would prefer.
so I would
Anyone
say
else's opinions? Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Yes, anyone else's opinions in regards to continuing to finish the public comments? Any objections to that? No? Okay, we're
And
good.
then I would make the resolution to go into executive session on this feed.
On this feed.
As Ms. Ruiz pointed out, it is sort of open to the public, even though it's, make it on this feed, but then we should still go into the other Zoom meeting for the executive session so that it's clear that it's, closed.
Okay, got it. All right. Oh, boy. I don't know where we left off. Was
We're
it
on
you reading
we're
or
on the
me
Spanish one.
It was
This is Karen.
actually cut out, but it was on our recording. My understanding is that the live recording cut out somewhere in Mr. Caniglio's, but
oh wow,
but the recording would have captured it.
Okay.
So I
Okay,
guess we can-
So did we finish Miss Felipe, Melissa Grajales?
Yes, we're on Karina Tapia, which is the
Tapia.
Spanish one that Ms. Ruiz is going to take, please.
Okay. You got it, Miss Ruiz?
Do we need to come back to session? Because didn't we go into
Oh.
recess?
I make a
We
movement,
did.
we come back into public session.
Second.
Is Mr. Smith? Okay, so Dr. Sainer and motioned it, and Ms. Nutting second to come back. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Ruiz.
Comment number 16 from Karina Tapia of Dover. Karina Tapia dice, buenas tardes a todos y a cada uno del Comité de Educación Escolar de Dover. Me dirijo a ustedes con algunas inquietudes. 1. Se está planteando el no mantener la seguridad uniformada en las escuelas. Me gustaría saber el motivo. 2. Se ha mencionado el eliminar el aire acondicionado de los salones de clases. Quisiera saber cuál es el motivo. 3. Para los desayunos escolares en el tiempo de verano, considero que iniciar a las 10:30 es un horario para muchos padres de familia que ya no podrán ir a recogerla por motivo de que a esa hora estarán en el trabajo y los niños pequeños no pueden ir solos a recoger. Disculpe, es que están en unos cuadritos y no lo puedo mover.
El margen es muy ancho.
Yeah. A recoger los desayunos por cuestión de seguridad. 4. ¿Cuándo vamos a volver a tener estas reuniones no en forma virtual? Y por favor, si las respuestas a mis inquietudes pueden ser en español. Good afternoon to one and all members of the Board of Education of the Dover School District. 1. It is being planned to not maintain uniform security in the schools. I would like to know the motive. 2. It has been mentioned that air conditioning will be eliminated in the classrooms. I would like to know the motive. 3. For the school breakfast during summertime, I consider that beginning at 10:30 is a schedule that, for many parents, would not allow to pick up for the reason that at that time they would be at work and the small children would not be able to go pick up the breakfast by themselves for reasons of security. 4. When are we going to return to meetings not in this virtual form? And please, if the responses may be to these concerns may be in Spanish. Thank you.
Ms. Grisales, is it your turn or my turn?
It's Grisales' turn, Ms. Grisales' turn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Felipe Davila. What are we doing to combat racism during sporting events? How do we tell students to respond?
Halishan Sianipar. I was at a meeting recently where I heard youth speak about their experiences at Dover High. It was very upsetting. Considering all the people currently speaking out in this country, I thought I should speak out too. It sounds like students today go to school with a much stronger police presence than when I went to school in Dover. It seems to be causing more problems for our kids. From what I have heard, they are not any safer than when I was in school. In many ways, it sounds worse. When I was young, there were detention suspensions. Now kids have to fear arrest and a record that may follow them for life. We have all seen videos of too many incidents of police using excessive force. Sometimes it even leads to a death. Please let's not wait until that happens to our kids. Schools around the country are ending contracts with police and hiring more counselors and social workers. Dover's youth deserve the same opportunity.
Next comment from Elijah Marrero. I graduated Dover High School in 2017. During lunch, my senior year, everyone would throw food from one table to the other. Dr. McLaughlin, can you move your cursor, please, off of that line? In the Google form. During lunch, my senior year, everyone would throw food from one table to the other. During my lunch period, I sat at the, I'm assuming at the table of Black students, and I was the only white, brown, Latino student. The Black students always sat together. We threw food at this one table full of our Hispanic friends, just playing around, being teenagers, and they would throw food back. We would always throw it, trying not to get caught. The table of Hispanic friends would never get in trouble. Only the table I was at got in trouble, the table with the Black kids. I also would not get in trouble because my skin was much lighter than all theirs. My Black friends and our friends at the table with only Hispanic students noticed it, and we would laugh about it. We started testing it out. The kids at the Hispanic table would go first at throwing food, or they would throw more food, but every time it was the kids at the table with Black students that got in trouble. One day I decided to test it out to see if I really would not get in trouble because of the color of my skin. Instead of carefully throwing food at my friends at the Hispanic table, I stood up while throwing the food so everyone could see it was me. The security guard came over and told my friend, who is Black, and was sitting next to me at the table. I saw you throw it. Go to the office. I stood up and said, no, I did it. Send me to the office. The security guard walked away, and I continued to talk to him and ask him why he wouldn't send me to the office. He immediately picked on my Black friend, who he always picked on, who he clearly did not see throw anything, but chose to put the blame all on him. This ended with my parents being called, with me getting in trouble at home and at school, and with everyone ignoring the racism in the lunchroom. This type of thing happened every day. Students getting blamed for things they didn't do, or getting in trouble for things, This type of thing happened every day. Black students getting blamed for things they didn't do, or getting in trouble for things the rest of us got away with. Is this still happening now?
The next two comments are from Natalie Hernandez. What programs do we have for Black and brown kids at Dover schools starting from grade school? There needs to be true diversity in the school's faculty.
Comment from Hubby Fetna. I am concerned for the well-being of students. I'm interested in the agenda for mental health and at-risk youth. Do you truly believe that a SRO is necessary? Dr. McLaughlin, please remove your cursor. Do you truly believe that a SRO is necessary?
You can skip down to the next comment. It's duplicated.
Thank you. Is necessary in a school with no gun violence history. I think those funds can be allocated elsewhere.
The next comment is from Natalie Hernandez. Dover High School needs to work on hiring more staff that have respect for their students.
Teresa Mendoza. And I believe she has several comments. Okay. Is it possible to obtain test results that distinguish between students for whom English is or is not their first language, primary language spoken at home? What tutoring preparatory services are available provided for standardized testing? Does the Dover School District accept volunteers from the community to help tutor students in STEM courses? No need to read this out loud. However, I, for example, have multiple degrees and can tutor, provide homework, help in writing, math, physics, biology, and chemistry. Was the contract for busing Victory Garden students prorated, adjusted for discontinued use due to COVID-19 restrictions?
This next comment mentions staff members by name.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? I think we missed that particular resident's first comment.
Right, number 25. You missed Teresa Mendoza's first comment.
Oh, I'll do that one if you want. Teresa Mendoza, pursuant to NJSA 18A:38-8.2, representation from the sending school district to Board of Receiving District, I kindly request that the Dover Board of Education, Dr. McLaughlin, if the Borough of Victory Gardens meets.
You have to click on a different box.
Click on
clicked on the main box and it's taking it.
Click on like the
Okay,
address
we're
box.
good now. I
Thank you.
kindly request that the Dover Board of Education determine if the Borough of Victory Gardens meets the percentage requirement for representation on the Dover Board of Education. Number 2, Victory Gardens residents have been advised that the Dover School District is reporting an increase in attendance from Victory Gardens of 61 students, resulting in an average increase per taxpayer of $700 per year. The borough has had no increase in the number of housing units. Additionally, the Borough of Victory Gardens, as well as the Division of Youth and Family Services, have strict occupancy guidelines that can and will be enforced. The validity of these additional students is in question, and residents have asked Victory Gardens to verify the residency of all students attending Dover schools as Victory Gardens residents via some form of, quote, pre-registration with the Borough of Victory Gardens. Additionally, pursuant to NJAC 6A:27-1.4, busing must only be provided if students reside remote from their school of attendance. East Dover is under the 2-mile requirement. The high school distance requires calculation. A discontinuation of busing is a current consideration by the residents.
We have a comment from Ayana or Ayana.
Wait, Ms. Chris, are we, Mr. Crute, were you able to look at this comment? Is this the one you were referring to, Mr.
Yes,
Dr. McLaughlin? I'm sorry.
I believe it was, and I did look at the comment, and you know, typically if someone is present and they start to name individuals, I would caution them that they should be careful, that they could, you know, face consequences by naming individuals. If they did anything to defame the person, then they could have consequences. But in reviewing the board policies, the board policy on public comment and my familiarity with case law on this subject, I cannot say that that we should not read the names of the individuals. There's nothing in the law or public comment that would allow that, unless we were to develop a policy that names wouldn't be, you can't allow names to be mentioned for positive reasons and not allow them to be read for negative reasons. It's a simplified way of putting it. So I don't see anything in the policy that would preclude us reading it.
So as I'm reading it, if there's anything then that, you know, would violate any of our policy or bylaws, then you would stop it, is what you're saying. Yes. If it wasn't public, right?
Good.
Okay, so the board, we will be reading it because at this point, there's nothing for us really to censor it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ayana wrote, I went to Dover School starting in kindergarten. I love my generation and how much we're willing to do for our community. I've had the privilege to meet awesome staff, but unfortunately, there were multiple teachers who were not only offensive, but very often spoken out of turn, starting with Mr. Franks. For years, he would target the minority students. I've never actually heard him say anything nice to any student at all. I messaged a few other alumni before writing this and listened to many, had horrible stories with staff teachers, including Mrs. Starr, Mr. Dixon, Mr. Franks, Mr. McCauley, and Mrs. Mills, and others. As a town, we should look into administration in place to ask why they allow adults to make children feel uncomfortable and less than. Why do they allow adults to harass children? It is an honest shame that many students were even told by teachers, quote, you only need a 69.5 to pass my class, while other classmates were being told by guidance to aim for better than that. Let's hold people accountable for their actions. Some teachers need to retire and make space for many, all capitals, great teachers that are there and are to come.
Okay, the next two are from Teresa Mendoza, one says live broadcast has ended and the public comments are now not able to be heard by the public. And you elected to use non-agenda time to complete a public agenda comment. Now non-agenda public comments cannot be heard. I hope someone can perhaps turn the live stream back on.
Okay. Dr. McLaughlin, Ms. Dallapalooza, are there any that you want to address?
I don't think in that particular group of comments, the only thing I'll go back to, because I see it's been mentioned several times, so I really want to make sure that I clarify this. We are not looking to take away air conditioning. We mentioned that the last phase of air conditioning would be postponed at East Dover potentially, but we'll address that in August. And certainly, you know, I know there are multiple comments in regard to that, so I don't want anyone to feel that we are not hearing their concerns in that regard.
Okay.
Ms. Grisales, if I may.
I wanted to respond to a few things before.
Mine is just a question for Dr. McLaughlin. It was
Go ahead, Ms.
32 comments, so I just want to make sure he saw this. I know that we have addressed at prior meetings whether Victory Gardens has representation on our board and why or why not. So if that is something that our administrator or our attorney can address, that might be something, or at least direct the person that made the comment to the minutes where it was answered previously, just so that there is a response, if that's possible.
I think it would be a good thing for us to do rather than to do that off the cuff, because the relationship with Victory Gardens and Dover goes back a number of years, and I believe there is it's a fairly unusual agreement in terms of how it's not like a typical regional school. I know that Mr. Smith had talked a little bit about it at the budget presentation, but we could certainly make that a part of our report at the July meeting so that there's clear clarification, and that I don't want to speak without a little preparation in terms of that.
Thank you for that. We would look forward to that report next meeting. As I mentioned before, we as a board do not have, and I believe Dr. McLaughlin discussed in regards to graduation, we do not have a role in making that decision as policy making as a whole. That is our main role, and the supervision and oversight of Dr. McLaughlin as our superintendent. Please know that the board hears the community's perspective, understands the importance of this event for all our graduating students, especially, you know, in our community where this may be the only graduation that family can attend or that students can participate in. The board hurts with all the graduating students from pre-K to 12th grade. It is understandable, your comments, and I am very proud and very happy that the community has spoken up and all these many comments. The board knows about the loss that COVID-19 has had on our community, and we have spoken about it in various ways, and please know that we hear you, we understand what's going on, and definitely I hope that after tonight's meeting, our roles between the board and the superintendent and our administration are a little bit more clear, and if there is any further questions, that we continue to hear from our community so we can plan to respond to comments. If not during this night, then definitely in our coming meetings. Thank you. Okay, with this, I move to inquire if there's a motion to resolve that regular session of this board adjourn to executive session at 12:08 a.m. for the purpose of CSA evaluation. Dr. Sainer.
I move that we move to a second executive session to discuss the CSA evaluation, which falls under the category of personnel. We were not able to finish this in our regular executive session because tonight is just a night of technological problems. So we ran out of time due to that. And so we need to move in. No decisions will be made in that meeting. And I think I have to say that the minutes will be available at some point in the future.
To the extent that such disclosure does not serve to prejudice the rights and interests of other parties involved.
That's
Did we lose
exactly what I
anyone?
wanted to say. We lost you, Des.
Okay, I know we have a motion on the table.
Is there a second?
Not yet. Brian, can you contact Ms. Eldes, please? Mr. Miller has seconded the motion. Voice vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to go into executive session? Closed executive session?
I'd just like to say on the record, and Dr. Sainer hinted at this, I think, or maybe said it, but no, even though we're just on the recording now, no formal action will be taken after the executive session. And so this essentially is the end of the public portion of the board meeting.
And just to make sure, we had technical problems and the live feed fell. Ms. Dallapoo, can you provide an explanation regarding what happened? It's not something that we did on purpose.
Yeah, we lost the live feed.
We just lost the live feed. Okay, thank you. And hopefully, everyone will have access to the remaining of this in our website, right, in the district website for the recording. Thank you. Ms. Mullen?
No, I'm ready
okay.
to leave
All right.
and start.
Thank you very much, and see you in the next link.